Good morning and welcome to After Post Photography. This conference already started yesterday. We decided to welcome you once again today and thank you all for coming. Our conference runs for the 6th time this year, and we do regret that we had to put it on an online mode this time, but we like the fact that being online makes us accessible to speakers and audiences that would otherwise have little chance to attend. Also, we get to see their homes and their pets this way. The conference runs at the Faculty of Art History at the European University at St. Petersburg, and we welcome you on behalf of the faculty as well. Дорогие друзья, добро пожаловать на факультет истории и искусств Европейского университета в Санкт-Петербурге и на конференцию «После пост фотографии». В этом году наша конференция проходит в 6-й раз, это впервые онлайн. Нам очень жаль, что мы не видим друг друга вживую, но с другой стороны режим онлайн делает конференцию доступной для многих спикеров и слушателей, которые иначе не могли бы к нам присоединиться. Мы заодно можем увидеть их дома и кошек и собак. У нас такое даже вчера было. I'd like to introduce the conference organizing committee. Я хотела бы представить вам оргкомитет конференции. Это Фридрих Титьен. Он здесь. А ты здесь уже? Да. Дарья Панайоти. Ольга Давыдова, Дженнифер Такер и Наталья Мазур сейчас пока с нами не здесь. И меня зовут Мария Гурьева. And myself, Maria Gurjeva. And now I hand the floor over to Friedrich Titjen, who will say a couple words himself, and he will be chairing the first panel. И я передаю слово Фридриху Титьену, который скажет пару слов и будет модерировать первую секцию.
Okay, welcome everybody, and I'm afraid that I can't do what Maria does, being bilingual and repeating and saying in Russian also what I can say only in English. I also welcome you, and I only regret that I can't be in St. Petersburg with all of you and have a tea in the break, but I would just lay down some ground rules, so to say. The first is that the conference is bilingual, as you will have noticed. Maria already said that. Switch to the interpretation, to the interpretation button if you need to have a Russian lecture translated into English or an English lecture translated into Russian. We will disable all microphones except those of us who are speakers. If you would like to comment on the paper, please raise your hand, which you can do via the, I think via the reactions button, which is also at the bottom of the screen. And also check every once in a while the chat, because somebody might would like to get in touch with you. The chat is also, the button for the chat is also at the bottom of the screen. We will also monitor that, so if you have a question to ask, you can also indicate it there, and so we will get back to you via the chat. The lectures themselves, or the morning, will go as follows. We will have 3 lectures. Each lecture will be about 20 minutes. We will have 10 minutes of brief questions of understanding or definition as such after each lecture, and then we will have, after all the lectures are finished, we will have about half an hour for a general discussion of what we've heard in the session. I would also indicate that I'm, as the chair of this session, I will be gently prodding the speakers if they tend to speak longer than 20 minutes, because we are on a tight schedule, and yeah, we have to do that. Unfortunately, it doesn't really make sense to use this one, which is how to say, an artifact from earlier conferences. Maria drew it some years ago, and it was also something she was waving to the speakers when they would be speaking too long. So without much further ado, I would like to introduce our first speaker, which is differing to the program. It will be Ruth Baumeister from the Aarhus School of Architecture, where she teaches as a professor of history and theory of architecture, and she's also working as a guest curator at the Museum Jorn in Silkeborg in Denmark, both in Denmark. And she's been editing a number of books. I only indicate two of them. One is What Moves Us, Le Corbusier and Asger Jorn in Art and Architecture. And the other one, which I will put on my reading list, is The Domestic and the Foreign in Architecture. Yeah, that will be on my reading list. Ruth, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the organized committee to invite me to present my research on office buildings. Yes, it is a shame that we cannot all be together in person, but I have to say also, as it happens very often, these kind of obstacles caused the fact that both Friedrich and Maria helped me to continue this research. And I would like to express my gratitude here for that. So let me just share my screen. And then do you see only the image now, or do you see also, hold on.
We only see you at the moment.
Screen sharing failed, so let's see.
Ah, now it works. That's lovely.
Okay, you only have the colored image on the left and the text on the right. Or do you also have?
What we have is that I think the layout of your PowerPoint, whatever you're using. I think you just go to full screen if there is a possibility, because we have add notes and stuff like that.
Yeah, you shouldn't have that. Hold on, swap displays. How about that?
That's much better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The title of my presentation is The Office in, Over, and Through Time. This visual presentation investigates before and after situations in the lives of revolutionary office buildings with photography. And by doing that, it reveals their performance through time. The office is a long forgotten typology which during the current pandemic once again received attention far beyond professional circles. My presentation is based on a collaborative artistic research started at Aarhus School of Architecture in fall 2016 in cooperation with VELUX guest professor Stefan Petermann, and it was expanded with Professor Ashley Schäfer from Knowlton School of Architecture and was exhibited in 2019 at the Architecture Triennale in Oslo under the title The Architecture of Degrowth, in the form of a big atlas, which I would like to present to you in the form of a short video after reading this text, which shall provide the frame for that. First, we talk about the office as a building typology. About half a century ago, at a moment of global energy crisis caused by the OPEC oil embargo, NASA scientist Jack Niels prophesied the death of the office. In his book, Telecommunication, Transportation, Trade-off Options for Tomorrow, he argued that due to the rise of the telecommunication and computer technologies, the office as a spatial entity, as a place where workers meet and do their work physically becomes superfluous. Willingly or not, his statement marked a turning point for the office as a building typology. In the following years, we witnessed a deconstruction of office workspace as we knew it. The rise of digital technology went hand in hand with deregulation and changes in global economics, which led to a transformation of corporate space in large cities worldwide. In addition, many office buildings were exposed to pressure caused by the ever-rising property value, which was followed by strategies of densification and transformation in inner cities. Not to mention the demands of security and climate conditions these office buildings had to face after the 1970 oil crisis, given the fact that all of them were conceived at a time where such aspects simply didn't matter. All of these factors combined led to the transformation, dismantling, or even destruction of many office buildings worldwide. The modern office, a typology conceived during the second half of the 19th century, had obviously passed a threshold. From a flourishing period in the post-Second World War years, it went to a state of obsolescence. And yet, as the current pandemic reveals, undeniably, the office has its afterlife. Paradoxically, it is the millennials, the first generation of true digital natives, who seemed to be highly adaptive when it came to working under ever-changing circumstances previously, that are most affected by the cabin fever, as a recent research on the effects of working from home revealed. The importance of the office as a social space where human encounter happens and employees can identify with the firm they work for became apparent. Moreover, the physical office retrospectively proved to be a place of creation, where face-to-face interaction enables collaboration at its best and the ideas are discussed, nurtured and exchanged. We are once again at another turning point. Are we once again at another turning point? What do we as architects recommend to future clients who will ask us what kind of workspaces they shall provide for their workers? This moment of crisis causes us to reconsider in which manner we want to work and what spatial configuration this requires for the future. Most obviously, we passed another threshold, and this is where we find ourselves now, back to the office. How to proceed? If there's one thing the current climate crisis has taught us, it is that we cannot simply keep on going as we used to. In 2010 already, in his exhibition Chrono Chaos at the Venice Biennale, the architect Rem Koolhaas announced, quote, "The interval between the now and the preserved is shrinking and it's about to disappear. From this moment, we do not only have to look back, but also forward. We will have to decide what to preserve in advance." Quote end. Not only that he calls out for a new future in architecture where the focus will lie on preservation of the existing rather than building something new from scratch, but he also hints at the compression of time between a building's completion and its canonization. Quite contrary to that, for the discipline of architecture, the office as a working environment has been a paradigmatic model for rethinking change over time, as workspaces were the site of continual physical reinvention. Industry standards suggest the redesign of office environments every 7 to 10 years. Managerial strategy change every 5 years and employee turnover every 2 years. These cycles are in stark opposition to the lifespan of building materials, which can last thousands of years. In addition to reassuring clients and investors of their stability, offices were increasingly expected to be spaces of explicit well-being and happiness, of social interaction, and persistently heightened financial expectations. But did these buildings fulfill the expectations of those who conceived of them, who had built them, and those who were built for? There is little evidence, though, how office buildings performed over time, and the reason for that lies in how we look at architecture, and photography had played a decisive role in that, which must not be underestimated. Not until the 20th century, photography became the main medium for representation in architecture. No, not until the 20th century, photography became the main medium of representation in architecture. Buildings were communicated to a mass audience with photographies, which circulated in magazines, books, newspapers, and later then also on the internet. And it was these images and not the lived experience when visiting the buildings which determined the discourse. Now to the office as a subject of another historiographical model. The current situation calls for a reconsideration of the methodology on various different levels employed. First, instead of having consulting firms consciously drawing up new future scenarios that are aiming at a short-sighted growth of monetary values, it is time to call for a design of human-centered workspaces which are socially, environmentally, and economically responsible. It is time to revisit the past in order to see what has sustained or not. And yet, this look into the architecture history of office building must be a different one. The obsession with the image of the 20th century architecture brought about issues of iconography and imageability to the discipline of architecture. The prevalence of architecture photography in the discourse led to the production of an architecture which understood its value in being iconic, its capacity to create the spectacle instead of lived experience. So far, architecture photography either documented the process of production or the final result, but hardly ever took an interest in the performative character of buildings. Moreover, architecture is almost never new, and its aim is certainly not to remain untouched and new. Buildings cannot be reduced to a single moment in time. They must not be limited to their state of inauguration, where they are yet unused and willingly disconnected from their users. Instead of following the great narratives, again, adding to the fame of exclusively male architects who created these buildings, this investigation must turn around, leaving the beaten path of historical research, and suggests to look at individual buildings' life cycles. How come? What is to be found there? Let us revisit a seminal text by the Austrian architect and critic Adolf Loos at the turn of the 20th century. In his essay, The Poor Little Rich Man from 1900, Adolf Loos writes about a prosperous man who has everything that is needed to thrive. To give his life a turn, he decides to redesign his home. The man's high expectations paired with the ambitious architect's best intentions result in a terror of imposed order and aesthetics. There is no more space for the ugly, beloved armchair that reminds the man of his deceased father. Bric-a-brac that carries memories are regarded as superfluous by the architect. In his new home, everything is perfect, and that caused the man a depression. It felt for him as if he had fallen out of future life. What Loos had set out in the world as a warning over 100 years ago, retrospectively reads like a prophecy, or to be more precise, a critique of modern architecture, which is not least rooted in the fact that visual representations of modern architecture in books and gloomy magazines usually present buildings to us in perfect state. They feature crisp spaces and perfect details, but hardly show any people or traces of them. If they do so, most often the situations are staged, distant from everyday life. Architecture photography usually documents the state of a building right after its completion, and most importantly, always before people start using it. This is to freeze a unique moment in time when the creation of the architect is shown in its most perfect state. In the case of the office, over the years, such idealized images get inscribed into people's mind, and it is these money shots that determine the discourse, not only when it comes to evaluating different office typologies from a historical perspective, but even more so as references for designing future workspaces. And yet, just like the grandchildren have difficulties envisioning their granny as a young girl in the dated photograph, so do most people when they try to recognize their own workspace in an image that shows the building which is located at the state of its inaugurations. Such representations brilliantly communicate the architect's idea, but they perfectly conceal the everyday life. They deny how people interact with the environment architects provide them with. Moreover, they give little information about the building's performance itself. Did the spatial configuration endure, or was it necessary to change it over time? To which extent could the built form adapt to the change of the building law, the needs of the user, for example? How about the endurance of structures and material? What happens once the lights were off, the cameras have left, and the buildings are taken over by the user? This research looked at over 50 revolutionary office buildings and the workspaces they provide. The aim hereby is less to once again promote the grand œuvre, but hold on, I'm sorry, the grand œuvre. Now I lost, I'm sorry. And by doing this, ignore what the traces the users left on the building show. The aim is to look at the building through the lens of life and art, and by doing this, try to investigate the building through its built life rather than omitting it. By restaging iconic money shots at time of inauguration and juxtaposing these photographs with their historical counterparts, it not only reveals everyday life in the buildings, but also shows how the mode these offices and the workspaces they provide got modified, complemented, or even destroyed the architect's oeuvre over time. The approach uses comparative analysis in photography in order to discover what drives our persistent desires, not only to pursue the new, but also to remake the existent. Details that had changed over time and are oblivious to the contemporary user get uncovered. What can be learned from such processes when it comes to the design of future workspace? What is left of the architect's original scheme? What has sustained and what has been altered over times? These images point at technical aspects such as the changes in security, ventilation, and climate control, but also reveal important issues of social sustainability, such as modifications of spatial configurations. by redoing the money shots at the very same position with the setting, the present gets translated into a future past. And now I would like to give you an example. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, thank you, Ruth, for your lecture and for the movie, film, video. Always mix up the words. If there are any immediate questions, please raise your hand or indicate any other way that you would like to comment or have an urgent question of understanding. Wait a second, I just trust that my colleagues will talk to me if there is. The thing that came to my mind while I was listening to you and while I was looking also at the images in the video was that I was constantly thinking of I don't know, Alinari shots of Florentine palaces from the 19th century and Brogi's photographs of Venice and stuff like that. And because if today I go to Venice or if I go to Florence, those buildings still look the very, very same as they did when they were photographed first in the 19th century. And I was just wondering in a way how much this, and you also said something to that, how much this ability of being photographed has become a feature in planning architecture, in particular office architecture, because I had a friend of mine rebuild her flat or build her flat basically, and she had an architect and he would do it, and it is a little bit like the story you said of Adolf Loos. The flat looks beautiful, but it has a lot of flaws, because the architect rather thought apparently that he would put it into an architecture magazine and did not take care that my friend was a heavy smoker, and so put her work table in the same room as her bed, which is just a bad idea. And anyway, but so my question was a little bit, or goes a little bit to the direction how much this other medium, photography, influences actually the construction of something like architecture. That the visual appearance of something like an office building, for instance, is something that is of importance for planning or whatever. That was just which obviously played no role when the Florentine palaces were constructed, because, well, for obvious reasons.
I think there are two issues. First of all, I have to say, of course, that I'm an architect, not an expert in photography. And so I couldn't give you a sharp answer on your question, but what I know, for example, the Bundeskanzleramt by Axel Schultes in Germany, when it was built, or when it was designed, I should say, it was designed in such a way that it looks good in television. So that played an active role, how the building would be represented on television, because of course there's constantly some kind of broadcast going on with that building. And I'm sure that the same would hold true with photography earlier, that certain buildings are designed in such a way that they are well to photograph. But I think if you refer to these palaces, I would argue they still look the same, because in a way they have a much stronger architectural form than these office buildings. And there was probably also a lot more safeguard to keep these forms compared to some of these office buildings. I don't know if you recall this, in this open office landscape I showed at some point, it was just built in by facility management. They put up these dry walls. So, I mean, these things happen in that typology because nobody cares about it.
No, that I found absolutely obvious. That a palace in Florence was constructed with another idea of durability in mind than current offices, which I sometimes have the impression that they already are planned for being destroyed after 30 years in a way. So they are not made to age well.
To last, exactly. But what I think was interesting, I've been working with a photographer who's also an architect on that project. And he once said to me, Ruth, the only reason why we can do this project as we do it is because architecture photography is so conservative. It hasn't really changed very much the last 100 years, he said, if you compare it to portrait photography or things like that. He said it is very, very conservative and stable. And that's why you can go back and take these money shots and do the kind of same image. I don't know how you see that, but Jens, more or less, he said, if you look at magazines today, how buildings are photographed, there's not such a big difference to how they've been photographed 50 years or 100 years ago.
Yeah, I have one question by Yomaira Prentice. And she asked, it seems the book presents some photos in color and some in black and white. And she was wondering, I'm afraid I'm so bad with names, wondering whether that is intentional.
No, but we basically took whatever the historical photograph would provide. So if we had black and white photographs, then we took those, and later on you could say from the late 60s, 70s onwards, there would be more color photographs, and then we took those, so to say.
We have space for one brief question, which is by Surya Nandini Narayan. Could you ask? And it might mean that her microphone needs to be unblocked.
Do you want me to read that now? I see that only can office.
I'm just unblocking her microphone, and she can ask to unmute. Surya Nandini, would you like to?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for this lovely paper. I've just been wondering, because this is what we are seeing in India today, if office buildings could be thought of beyond their corporate identity to include institutions of state bureaucracy. And these are buildings one never really expects to change, especially in post-colonial times, but that is what we are seeing. That, irrespective of economics or ecological concerns or what is practical in a country like ours, the major office buildings of New Delhi are going to be torn down and are going to be remade. Visually, it is not available to us as to what the new buildings are going to look like even. So I'm wondering how strong what you feel about the strength of politically motivated actions towards architectural overhauling of office buildings.
I don't understand the last question. What do you mean? Can you repeat that again?
Sure. So, a lot of state office buildings are overhauled for political reasons. We don't want our colonial legacy, so we break down those buildings, so we will make them again. And nothing is of practical interest to the people who want to do it. They just have a political ideology. They're so firm about have won elections on the basis of. So I'm wondering what you feel about that. The seat of bureaucracy really trying to change the way it looks through its buildings, through this kind of demolition, restructuring, reconstruction.
I know what you mean, because I'm originally from Germany, and we had exactly the same issue when it comes to East and West. And of course, these buildings, all of them, they represent something. They either represent a political system, they can represent the image of the firm, of the headquarters and all that. And what we like to try with this book that we will bring out now is to kind of open up the discourse about these buildings, because we see that the whole discourse about office buildings and workplace also is very detached from these issues, be it now what you mentioned, that there's a certain ideology connected to a building and how do you go about it, or ecological issues, how we deal with our resources. There are many things that are incorporated. It's a very complex discourse, and we feel the whole thing is kind of hijacked either by investors who have a certain interest in promoting the ever newness or things like that, or what you say now, by a political system who just wants to erase something and come up with something new. So I think there are very many aspects that contribute to that discourse and that needs to be brought to light. So I think you have a very, very valid aspect there, which probably we didn't think so much in our presentation. What we saw, a lot of the buildings that are torn down are usually torn down because of property value in the inner cities, that you can develop the property by building a higher building or something that is more economically sustainable. This is what we mainly saw in the examples we chose.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Would like also to thank you for your lecture, because I have to press a little bit for going forward to the next lecture. So help me applauding Ruth. Thank you, Ruth.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
And I would like to introduce our next speakers, which are Vera Schiquet and Peter Fornaro, both from the Digital Humanities Lab at the University of Basel. Vera is an art historian and a sociologist, and she taught and did research in Basel, Hamburg, and Bologna, and she wrote her PhD project on fake photos, which is something which I would also like to put on my reading list within the framework of the Iconos Center in Basel. And her research focuses on mass media, photography, and digitization, and she's currently working on a project, Participatory Knowledge Practices in the Analog and Digital Archives, and as a research associate in the Digital Humanities Lab at the University of Basel. While Peter is a founding member of the Digital Humanities Lab, the former Image and Media Lab at the University of Basel, and Deputy Director of the Data and Service Center for the Humanities. He's a trained photographer and engineer who completed his habilitation in digital humanities, and he teaches photography and image sciences at the Universities of Basel, Lugano, and Zurich. And they are going to talk about, or the talk has the title of Uncover the Past in Historical Photographs with Future Techniques, and I give over the floor to the both of you.
Thanks a lot. I hope you see my shared screen and you can hear the audio. Thanks a lot for being able to have this presentation in this conference. It unfortunately was not possible to come to St. Petersburg, but it's very nice to be with you here and to have the possibility to do the presentation. I first would like to start with some information about our group, because we were actually a group which was originally called Scientific Photography Lab, which was founded in 1924 at the University of Basel. Why? Because we have a lot of chemical industry there, and Ziba, you maybe know Ziba Chrome, for example, was one of the companies which really developed quite a number of new products, and therefore research was important. And but somehow in the late 80s, it was clear that research was not something which belonged anymore really in the physical and chemical environment of a university. And we started to become more and more digital. And one interesting project we started was the problem of fading colors of old color slide material. You see here an example on the left, which is very magenta colored. And there is actually no way to do this chemically, to reconstruct the real colors. And if you are in the digital domain, there is a big risk that you recreate colors which you like from today's perspective and which are not real. And so one of the first experiments where we saw the potential of digital technologies was that we did fast aging experiments with such slide materials and monitored the decay of the colorants to actually reconstruct the real colors. And here you see an example of that, where the colors were regained on the right. And somehow this contact to different memory institutions which digitized material led us to a completely new perspective. We learned that the creation of material is something which is, of course, important to be able to do something in the digital domain. But then the memory institutions had the new problem of archiving. They created new digital originals which were never meant and will not be meant to replace the originals, but they need to be preserved because it needs quite some effort to preserve them. And you see here an example of one of our early computer history rooms, which we took care of to actually be able to read old data carriers. And so the reason why we changed to the name Digital Humanities Lab was because we really changed the faculty. We moved from the natural sciences, from the chemical physical department to the humanities, in the heart of the humanities. And we tried there to really be a transdisciplinary institutional group, which focuses on those three aspects: the creation, the archiving, and the usability of digital content. Very interesting for me is that there are quite a number of words and definitions which show me how difficult the dialogue between technology and humanities is. One example I would like to give here, I mean, if we look very closely at analog film, at black and white material, we see there that we have grain, black, silver grain, metallic grain, which is either existing or not. It's an extremely binary behavior. So an analog film is absolutely a digital data carrier, if you want so, or information carrier, whereas an electronic chip creates an analog signal, a voltage, which is completely proportional to the incoming light. So it's fully analog. So we did a transition from natural sciences or from the analog world to the digital world, which meant we somehow moved from the digital image to an analog image, which I think it's very fascinating. And so I would like to first hand over to Vera to present a project which is called Review, and she will speak about that now. Vera, you are still muted.
Thank you. So our title sounds somehow a bit pathetic, and then yet you could mark that mostly everything we do to save knowledge for later generations, we do with techniques that somehow relate to the future. So it has become a well-known fact that the older generation also likes to use contemporary media, not as in humorous sketches in which the old generation uses tablets as cutting boards. This one on the left is from OP and iPad, and he really uses the iPad to to cut, and then he puts it in the washing machine. And this is actually not really as what we experienced in our workshops. We saw that it can be a very useful medium to bring together different generations around a table, around a tablet, or just to put them into contact with each other via digital means. And that was also one of the main goals of this exhibition that is called Revive as EU, actually. And maybe you can already switch to the next slide. And that's why we brought in this past project together the representatives of the grandparent generation and the grandchild with their family photos. And this exhibition was co-created with citizens from Basel, including students and seniors who offered their photographs in a guided discussion about the evolution of family portrait, and thus connecting people who are old enough to bring analog experience from analog photography and younger people who have grown up with digital photography. And the goal of the effort was to draw attention to the attention of the newer generation of imaging to the importance of family photography as a means of documenting our society and our lives. So in a workshop, you can show the next slide, please. We focused on image description, indexing work, and the generation of metadata for the images. So we discussed the phenomenon of hashtags, which has apparent similarities with describing metadata or keywords, but however, in the end, it lacks usability for research approaches. Family photography is an important research topic because even though many family photos are very similar and the occasions such as birthdays or weddings can be recognized, the attribution is much easier and faster and more correct for contemporaries. It was also interesting to observe that the description of photo groups, the comparison and linking and extended viewing, as well as the discussion of several group photographs represented a high added value, because sometimes if you have like portraits from a specific event, only the ones that have been there can really put them into an image cluster and say that this belongs together. So here it became very clear how important these informations from the people that really lived in this time is. And this metadata needs to be acquired as well before also this diminishing group of experts are lost. And as Peter already mentioned, the chemical degradation of the material happens, but we think this is only one thing that we have to save, but we need to also to archive other aspects in order to keep the cultural heritage alive and really facilitate storage and retrieval and also usability of all these digitized images. Because without the narrative of the people who still know certain, this is work in progress. This slide, I have to say, I have to improve it. But without the narrative of the people who still know certain photographed people or remember certain rooms or things that were common at the time, these images are lost in the digital as well. Even if we keep the image alive endlessly and migrate them from one format to the next, the relevance and connection to the reality of society and knowledge base is not guaranteed at all. And so to save not only the visual representation of these analog pictures that that will lose its carrier medium eventually, we also need to save the metadata about these images. And this is what we focus on the next project. I will now try to explain a bit this graphic. So we have on top the analog photographs and the time is running out also with the older generation, as you can see. And then we can digitize the images. We get also some technical metadata, which can be very useful, but we realize that this is not enough, and it's not, so the images lost their relevance and their connectivity to the discourse. So one aspect is that we also want to digitize the older people via machine learning experiments, so that we kind of use machine learning to gather the semantic metadata and add this metadata to the digitized images. And we also want to make a graphic user interface or a web platform where the older and the younger generation can really participate together to enrich informations on these digital images. So because we think that we can, with this experiment, enhance the exchange with the younger generation and the remote public to encounter with the persons via these options, because like this, the knowledge can spread and be added to the images for the broader public, and not just, I mean, you all have like grandparents and hearing every day the same stories and get bored by these stories, but there are a lot of other people, or like the collective heritage memory, that would be very interested in these histories. And that's what we try to do with our future project. And now I hand over again to Peter, who will say something on metadata, and then on this project, Pia.
Yes, thank you, Vera. Yes, maybe this is also this bow back to the beginning of the presentation. We just experienced that due to different reasons, as digital reconstruction or for the possibility of dissemination, a lot of collections and memory institutions digitized their content. And we are operating a digitization center at the University of Basel, where we support such institutions. And we just see that digitization is going extremely fast. You can scan 1,000 photographs per day easily. But cataloging and indexing is extremely time consuming, but essential. And I would like to come quickly to the importance of metadata. And as Vera mentioned also, I would like to address the importance of contextualized metadata. First, just something which is highly interesting. We often digitize, and this is not since the beginning like this, but in the last years, the awareness of meta information also on the originals became more and more important. And you see here some handwritings on the back of a photograph. And there is certainly one problem. I mean, there is important information, but if we scan it, it's not information we can search for. We need optical character recognition to really transfer this information, to bring it in a database where we can search and find such content. And this works well, but we see that the complexity of this meta information placed on photographs is quite complex, and it's not easy to structure it, and that's one thing which we try to do. Another thing which is quite interesting is that a lot of context information is for certain images like standard. It's like obvious. It's like an iconic image. We know, even though we do not exactly know or you can show this image to someone who is new to a certain context. You know this image is from Paris, you know this is the Eiffel Tower. If you are doing a little bit more research, you can guess that it is probably in 1889, because then they constructed the image. But if you take other images, it becomes much more complicated to get this information. For example, if we look at an image like this, to be able to search and find for images, we need to have metadata about this image. And here, if we look at standard image content retrieval procedures, we can have objects recognized like man, woman, a landscape, probably there is an umbrella. We can even try stuff like face recognition. But if we do this, we are always like focused on this image. And this is something we try to go further in this PIA project with this participatorial image archive project, which just started this spring. And what we try there is really to do two things. We are in two directions, highly interdisciplinary. We work very closely with people from computer sciences. They have algorithms and tools to do image processing, to recognize content. You see here a very nice example how well this works. We have man, women, an airplane with a certain quality, but the problem is there. We see that all those technological features in computer sciences are done with modern image content. If you try to do something with this, the algorithms fail. I mean, the image on the right side is even very complicated to explain if you know something about the image, and an algorithm would say people on a tree is not a valid result and would probably give an error. Or on the left side, I mean, this typical stage photography was very common in early years, and also there an algorithm can recreate failure information, which then is in the big mass of images of a collection really a problem, because it can lead to images which are on one hand highly interesting, but on the other side you cannot find them anymore because you don't have the valid meta information. Or here, we need the know-how of people which know exactly what those round things are, because an algorithm might think it's a drum, but it's certainly not a drum. It's a tool to do hand stitching of different motifs. And things like this, proper training sets are extremely important to have really valid tools to really help us in cataloging and indexing larger photographic collections. Another thing which we think is highly interesting is the quality of albums. We have a large collection in this project of historical photographic albums, and we are sure that there is a pattern in those albums which can be recognized by the help of artificial intelligence. We try to train machine learning algorithms with different correlated images in albums to try to find somehow even invisible aspects we should closer look at. And on the left side, we have photographs which might be for certain people very, very highly correlated, but we need to know why. And also the same for another group which we tested on the right side. And to do this, we need to open our archives. We have also learned that to work only with experts, it's a little bit dangerous because it can be too biased. And therefore, this aspect of participation of a larger crowd is something we are working with a design group, which is focusing mainly on the visual appearance of such photographs and tools to structure them. Here you see very early drafts of an aspect of how to structure images potentially on a map of the planet to somehow be able to trace routes of travels in the information and store it as meta information. Other things we are trying to do is trying to find those red lines between images and trying to add the semantic information which is between the images. I think that's a very interesting point.
I hate to interrupt, but we're very short on time now.
Good. Yeah, it was the last slide.
Okay.
So, but this information about also these patterns between the images is something we are highly interested in, and we just see there that it is very important to work together with historians and photo historians to make the technological oriented people aware of the difference of historical and modern image material. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Thank you very, very much, Peter and Vera. The lecture for me was a candy shop, I must say, and I already sent you 2 links in the chat because I really would love to chat with you about certain projects that I'm also conducting in the moment, dealing with private photography. But I'm more than happy to accept questions. If you just brief questions, we have about 5 minutes time to talk. If there are, I can't see any in the moment. No raised hands. No. Which is
Winfried Gerling has a question.
Okay, Winfried,
yeah.
Please. Somebody needs to unmute him.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I have a few more questions, but I ask only 2. One is, do you train training sets for AI learning? So do you generate new training sets for the people who are the people who read or train the software or the AI? And the other is, do you use like standard metadata like IPTC or EXIF, or do you generate another metadata system?
Maybe I first can comment, and Vera, you can add more information. First, we are closely working together with the Swiss archive of folklore photographs, and they have 3 selected, very different but selected collections. One is very much focused on albums, and there, yes, we see the importance to have a very well-chosen reference set we are working with. So to have really the possibility to compare also the results between different peer groups. And we are also, I would say we are rather, we are optimistic that there are certain results coming out of machine learning, which then led us to discuss why do we get this or that result. But I think it's really, I like this description of computer-aided cataloging. I don't believe that there will be results which are which need not very much reflection on how they were generated and what do they say. And so therefore, yes, reference sets are extremely important. And the other thing about metadata, there is a strong trend towards more contextualized and semantic metadata, like SciDoc CRM is one, linked art is another. And technological metadata like EXIF and IPTC, or basic metadata like Dublin Core are showing us that there are other aspects we should not keep out of focus, especially all the technological things. EXIF, which mainly focuses on capturing processes. We need metadata also about the processes, what happen in AI. We need to be able to evaluate the results which come out there, and therefore I believe a completely new quality of technological metadata will be necessary, which is not existing so far.
Thank you. If I overlook anybody asking questions now, because otherwise I would just take the opportunity once more to thank you, and I'm really looking forward to talk to the 2 of you. For Maria also already smiles because she knows why I want to talk to you. And I would otherwise I would just say thank you again, applaud you, and
thank you.
Go to the next lecture if I may, which is by Jelena Golub from the State University, and she's a visual culture researcher and a philosopher, and she holds an MA of film criticism theory at the Faculty of Liberal Arts and Sciences in St. Petersburg, and she's going to talk, well, something like the metadata of analog photography, or the chemical metadata of analog and digital photography, like silver salt and pixels, exploring the material boundary of, and now something happened with my screen, the material boundary of a photographic image. Helena, the floor is yours.
Yeah, hello everyone. So I'm very glad to see you here, and my lecture will be in Russian, so I ask you to enable translation if you need one. So can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see your presentation and we can see
Good.
you.
Окей, тогда я просто начну. И я начну с цитаты Вильяма Флюссера. I'm starting with the quotation of William Flusser, which should work as a setup for us. Современная наука наводит на мысль о том, что объект есть не нечто устойчивое, а излучина скрещивающихся полей взаимоотношений. Это цитата из его эссе о проецировании. Я бы хотела начать с истории, ну и на самом деле продолжить историю одного снимка, спектр значений и способ интерпретации которого существенно изменялись на протяжении половины столетия. Данный снимок сделан американскими летчиками в 1944 году в Польше во время стратегической операции по обнаружению нефтехимического завода Мановиц-Буна, одного из предприятий конгломерата Фарбен, который являлся крупнейшим поставщиком химической продукции в Третьем Рейхе. И производственные цеха завода занимают основную часть изображения. Далее, в 1977 году, то есть через 33 года после того, как был сделан данный снимок, фокус внимания сместился. Никто более не смотрел на центральные сооружения, и аналитики аэрофотоснимков из ЦРУ обнаружили, что на фотографии в области параллакса объектива запечатлено здание крематория-2 концентрационного лагеря Аушвиц. И Харун Фароки, немецкий режиссер, включает данное изображение в свой фильм «Картины мира и подписи войны», который был снят в 1989 году, и связывает внезапную новоявленность объектов в кадре с изменением идеологической конструкции нашей оптики. Способ видеть напрямую связан с идеологическим контекстом, согласно Джону Бёрджеру. И реальность таким образом зависит от того, какое значение мы готовы приписать ей через репрезентацию. Фароки в фильме как раз показывает связь изображения с контекстом производства прежде всего. Также наличие зерна на пленке создает спорные и неразрешимые ситуации, в которых мы не можем с точностью подтвердить наличие объекта в реальности. И я попрошу Марию показать отрывок из фильма, который я ей отправила.
In Central Europe, the sky is cloudy most of the time. Clear skies on about 30 days in the year. On the 4th of April, 1944, the sky was cloudless. Preceding rain showers had precipitated the dust in the air. American aircraft had taken off in Foggia, Italy, and flown towards targets in Silesia, factories for synthetic petrol and rubber known as Buna. On the flight over the IG Farben Company factory, still under construction, a pilot clicked his camera shutter and took photographs of the Auschwitz concentration camp. First picture of Auschwitz, taken at 7,000 meters altitude. The pictures taken in April 1944 in Silesia arrived for evaluation at Medmenham, England. The analysts discovered a power station, a carbide factory, a factory under construction for Buna, and another for petrol hydrogenation. They were not under orders to look for the Auschwitz camp, and thus they did not find it. How close the one is to the other, the industry, the camp. It was not until 1977 that 2 employees of the CIA went through the archives to find and evaluate the photographs of Auschwitz. It was not until 33 years later that the following words were inscribed: Tower and Commandant's House and Registration Building and Headquarters and Administration and Fence and Execution Wall and Block 11, and the word gas chamber was inscribed.
Мария, вы можете остановить, да? Thank you. So I'm back to my presentation. И двинемся дальше. В 1996 году и по 2000 год в радикально иной перспективе это изображение вновь будет использовано. К снимку во время своей защиты в суде обращается отрицатель Холокоста Дэвид Ирвинг. Ирвинг подал иск с обвинением в клевете и нанесении ущерба своей научной и деловой репутации в отношении историка Деборы Липштедт, которая написала текст, посвященный разоблачению аргументации отрицателей Холокоста. Перед ответчицей стояла очень непростая задача, потому что судебная процедура должна была соответствовать юридическим нормам и требовала полного доказательства того, что Холокост являлся реальным историческим событием. На одной из сессий процесса в качестве доказательства со стороны Ирвинга, я прошу обратить внимание именно на это обстоятельство, был предложен тот самый аэрофотоснимок, который в 1944 году был сделан союзниками. Один из самых важных доказательных звеньев в сложной цепочке, в сложной и запутанной цепочке аргументации Ирвинга было указание на факт подделки снимка. Ирвинг утверждал, что то, что принято считать дырами от труб газовых камер, не имеет фотографической природы. С учетом масштабирования они выглядят слишком большими. Дыры, по мнению Ирвинга, могли быть нанесены с помощью кисти и красок на негатив. И на момент суда состояние крыши крематория не позволяло провести экспертизу на наличие отверстия труб, через которые в газовые камеры как раз и поступал газ циклон B. Аргумент Ирвинга предполагал, что без дыр газ не мог попасть в помещение, а значит, оно не могло функционировать как газовая камера. Если сооружение не было газовой камерой, тогда Аушвиц не мог быть лагерем смерти. И отсутствие Аушвица как ключевого центра процесса истребления подразумевает, что Холокоста в устоявшемся смысле не существовало. Историю суда Дэвида Ирвинга в одном из своих эссе «Насилие на пороге обнаружимости», «Violence at the threshold of detectability», рассматривает Eyal Weizmann, основатель объединения Forensic Architecture. Я на всякий случай поясню, что Forensic Architecture — это исследовательская группа, которая использует архитектурные методы моделирования и технологии для расследования случаев государственного насилия и нарушений прав человека. И Вейцман отсылает нас к судебному докладу Невина Брайанта, аналитика аэрофотоснимков и спутниковых изображений из НАСА. Брайант с помощью современной как раз цифровой оптики анализировал молекулярный состав пленки, которая использовалась в ВВС США в 1944 году. Нечеткость точек и интерференция изображений, по его заключению, произошла на уровне зерен в эмульсии пленки. И подобное происходит, когда объекты с учетом расстояния их расположения от объектива камеры имеют размер или близки к размеру одной частицы соли серебра в пленке. Он провел экспертизу большей части кадров из этой же катушки пленки и обнаружил несколько случаев подобного искажения. На других снимках, судя по всему, были запечатлены марширующие на территории лагеря заключенные, которые, по мнению Ирвинга, также являлись результатом работы кисти художника. Итак, Брайант заключил, интерференция возникает, когда размер головы человека совпадает с размером зерна в эмульсии пленки. И в результате этого возникает муаровый эффект. Что такое муаровый эффект, вы можете видеть на слайде. Размер отверстия труб примерно совпадает с головой человеческого черепа. И основываясь на данной истории, Вейцман вводит понятие порог обнаружимости, threshold of detectability, вводит понятие порог обнаружимости, которое обозначает ситуацию слияния фотографируемого объекта с исходными возможностями записи негатива на изображение. В этом состоянии материальность представляемого объекта, в данном случае отверстие труб, и материальность поверхности, представляющей его, в данном случае поверхность зерен соли серебра, следует рассматривать как наличие и репрезентацию, presence and representation. Иными словами, отверстия труб являются фотографируемыми объектами, но в то же время они регистрируют и делают видимый состав пленочной эмульсии, а фотоповерхность предстает в виде изображений и материальной реальности одновременно. И здесь я снова отсылаю к тексту Вильяма Фюссера о проецировании. Он пишет следующее. Фотография зерниста, молекулы соли и серебра, и ставит проблему рассеивания. Чем меньше зерна, тем плотнее рассеивание, тем больше подобия с вещью, достигая степени рассеивания, которая соответствует изготовлению вещи. И фотография — лишь первый шаг в направлении синтетического изготовления вещей из частиц. Вейцман создает аналитический механизм, который позволяет специалистам из группы Forensic Architecture проводить независимую экспертизу некоторых случаев изображений, некоторых случаев скрываемого насилия, анализируя изображения. И шире этот механизм позволяет видеть материальность фотографического образа. Насколько, это может быть закономерный вопрос, насколько полезным может быть данный механизм распознавания материальности в эпоху цифровых изображений. Для цифровых изображений также существует целый ряд конвенций, одной из которых является конвенция в отношении пикселя. Большая степень детализации машинных и спутниковых изображений и улучшение их разрешения невозможно, поскольку изображение должно сохранять конфиденциальность. Сейчас покажу слайд. Поэтому здесь может возникнуть та же самая ситуация, что и в случае с пленочным снимком. Размер пикселя с учетом расстояния объекта съемки от аппарата соответствует размерам человеческой головы. И как раз в одном из своих расследований группа Forensic Architecture анализирует спутниковые фотографии атак с использованием беспилотников в Пакистане в 2012 году. И в лучшем случае след от проникновения снарядов отображается на спутниковых изображениях в виде потемнения пикселя на несколько тонов. Материальность цифрового изображения также имеет порог видимости. Она делает невидимой целую войну. И на теоретическом уровне разоблачение бесспорности индексальной природы фотографии обсуждается очень активно, долго и продуктивно, и критическое измерение этой проблемы также получает в работах современных художников и фотографов. Но в повседневных и особенно институциональных практиках, как мы, например, могли видеть на радикальном примере судебного разбирательства, документальная фотография сохраняет эту ауру чистого обозначения. С одной стороны, меня разочаровывает наивность, но не меньше, чем часто встречающаяся релятивистская позиция в отношении к реальности. И модель, о которой я рассказываю сегодня, она не указывает на несостоятельность фотоизображения как свидетельство. Она скорее указывает на его несостоятельность как абсолютного свидетельства, так как сообщает о наличии нескольких уровней отношения изображения с реальностью. Также я думаю, что внимание к материальной границе образа в таком узком значении, о котором я говорю сейчас в своем докладе, оно полезно не только в досудебной и судебной экспертизах, но также способно активировать именно теоретический потенциал, и описанный механизм может выступать в качестве комплементарного инструмента к различным аналитикам изображений как феномена. And that's all I have.
Okay. That we are at the end of the lecture.
Yeah, that's the end of the lecture.
I'm sorry that I didn't react. I would like to thank you very much, and I just skipped the end of the lecture I missed it because I was writing down some notes because as usual I have some questions. But first of all, I would like to thank you, and I would also like to open the floor for everybody to comment on the paper or to ask questions of understanding. Please indicate, raise your hand, or write something in the chat, because otherwise I will just I will just take over the opportunity and ask all the questions I have, which apparently I can do. This is lovely. Yeah, I like, actually it's something I've been not really thinking about, but what came to my mind was always the early ideas or the early discourses of photography, where they would say that this is so amazing that photography could depict everything, and even those things that people could not see. And so I think, which is where basically the whole idea of something like indexicality came from, that there in the sense of Peirce, where he says there is this point-to-point reference of the object, of the visual world to the photographic image. And it always, well, since I understood a little bit more about photography than just looking at images, it always puzzled me, because I thought exactly the same something what you pointed out, that there are kind of limits to indexicality, that there is not that it is not something, that there is not an infinite absolute evidence that photography gives us, but that it is something, yeah, that has limits, like everything, like telescopes or microscopes, where you just can go so far, but you will never see, I don't know, the core of an atom in all its beauty. And what I was wondering up to a certain degree is how to handle that, because I think the court proceedings you referred to were an example for that, because up to a certain degree, I think the judges must just simply have said, well, we can't tell but for sure, but David Irving, you are an idiot. And I think they were quite right with that. But still, I meet in particular in other fields where it is, I don't know, about climate change, for instance, where people say, without absolute evidence, we don't believe it. And so what do we do with this kind of, how to say, problem? What do we do when we don't, when photography, which is supposed to be a medium that we understand as depicting reality in whatever kind of sense we give to reality, if that doesn't work, if our idea about reality and depicting it are wrong?
Да, идея заключается в том, что при анализе фотоизображений в тех случаях, когда изображение по каким-то причинам выступает как доказательство чего-то, мы анализируем одновременно два измерения фотографии. С одной стороны, изображаемое на ней что-то, объект, с другой стороны, материальность изображения, либо конвенцию этого изображения, как, например, мы можем видеть по цифровым изображениям спутниковым. Также здесь использованы в основном спутниковые изображения, как раз потому, что они довольно часто являются свидетельствами в крупных процессах, в том числе в судебных разбирательствах. Вот. И я думаю, что хранить фотографию как свидетельство это слишком радикальный шаг. Вот. Скорее следует рассматривать ее именно вот в этих двух режимах одновременно, имея в виду оба из них.
And we also have a question from Yelena Vivic. I will read this, I will translate it into English. So she's asking you to clarify the interrelationship between the referential function of photography, or referential or documentary function of photography, and its material characteristics. What are the interrelationships between the two?
Спасибо за вопрос. Я могу снова включить презентацию, чтобы было немного понятнее. Секунду.
Конечно.
Да. Я думаю, что ответ как раз тоже содержится в этом. То есть вот этот снимок, да, который я анализировала, он дает возможность сказать, дает возможность оценить документальный потенциал фотографии. Вот здесь, с одной стороны, у нас есть материальность самого объекта, это как бы дыры от труб, да, в крыше. С другой стороны, у нас есть материальность, представляющая этот объект поверхности, это соли серебра. И вот это понятие порога обнаружимости, которое вводит Вейтсман, на котором я здесь пользуюсь, это как раз такая нулевая точка, в которой как будто бы невозможно доказательство наличия объекта, потому что все, что мы видим, это пределы поверхности соли серебра. И отношение материальности и документальности, так как это было обозначено в вопросе, скорее такое, что материальность, она составляет часть вот этого доказательного процесса, то есть она не может быть извлечена из аналитики изображения, если оно должно свидетельствовать. Вот я бы так ответила. Если есть еще какие-то уточняющие вопросы, то я могу дать уточняющие ответы.
Friedrich,
Да,
you're muted.
Sorry, I'm inviting more questions. In which I can't see in the moment.
There is a question from Елена Vivich.
Okay. Okay, there's a question in the chat by Yelena, if I'm not mistaken, or is it?
That's the one that we.
All right. Okay. So then I would suggest that we may also already step into a more general discussion of all the 3 lectures we had in the morning. And so I will also invite all the 4 speakers of today to be kind of present on the podium, on the virtual, on the digital podium, so to say. And what struck me actually in this panel up to a certain degree was that I think all 3 lectures kind of revolved or had a certain proximity to something like the question of metadata from 3 very, very different perspectives. And that is the one is what I kind of understood from Ruth's lecture, or what made me think from Ruth's lecture is, in a way, photography producing kind of historical metadata, if you like, of the images being architecture's metadata, if you like. What I found interesting in or what really will, I'm sure, yeah, as I said, I really would love to discuss it in more detail about the lecture of Peter and Vera, was that how we can kind of, at the one hand, generate and make metadata readable of and into images as well, and how to use them to, how to say, gain information from images that at first view might not even be in there, which comes from something like comparison and contextualization with other images in particular, and which also comes from understanding the images as objects as well, as material objects. And what I understand from Lena's lecture, what I found so interesting is that I would say that those images from the camp, they would not be readable at all if we hadn't the memories of survivors who could point out what actually was a certain bigger building, because most of the building were razed after the Germans left, and so there was not much of trace. We could read, to put it the other way, those images could be read only because we have also outside knowledge, or knowledge outside the images, which of people who were there and who could describe what we could see on those images. So but how to put it, what made it so interesting to me is to think more about the outside of the images, so to say. And the outside of the images is, on the one hand, the metadata, and on the other hand is the relations between the images and the relations between the images and the time they were taken in. And anyway, it doesn't really resolve into a question, but it resolves into some kind of thing that make me think in the end. So you may just interrupt me and add something to what I probably will have lost in the course of the lecture or in the course of my trying to put it into a question, because I can only describe what I learned from those 3 lectures, but not much what I can. I need a little bit more time to make it into a question, so to say.
No, I really like what you just mentioned, so that I mean the unseen or the outside of the image becomes very, very important, but it says not that the image get less important. So I mean the thing outside the image needs the image to get the relevance or to get into this network and become relevant as well. So I really like your thought, but I don't, yeah, I cannot comment further, but I really like what you mentioned, and I really think that this binds together also the 3 presentations we had. So I really like to follow on this thought.
Yeah, maybe a question, or to put it into a question, could be how do we as we all work with images on one level or the other, what kind of methods do we need to develop to work with those metadata, to work with the outside of the images, to work when I started doing history of photography, or being aware of it, that there is such a thing, or when I started to think about photographs, the main discourse was what was visible in the photograph, what the photograph made visible. And I think that is still one of the key ingredients of a photograph, to put it like that. What is actually made visible by a photograph? But it seems, after those 3 lectures in particular, that this outside of the photographs is something that might need to be made visible as well, or at least perceivable as well. And I wonder what kind of strategies come to your mind to maybe start working with that, if there's anything. Ruth raises her hand.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit what was mentioned also in the very initial call of your conference, the relation to time. Because if I talk of my own projects or my own example with these photographs of these office buildings, they are connected to a very specific moment of time. And that, of course, changes over time. And I think the issue is that we go back and look at them and think of these images as stable representations of these spaces, which they are not. And I think this connection, or the aspect of time, that was also something when the second contribution talked about the color, for example, of these images, that then, you know, if we recreate the colors of the historical images in digital world nowadays, we create them with the colors we think they should have today. So there's always this aspect of how we relate to the fact that time changes these moments that were caught by the initial photography, but also changes how we perceive of them.
Somebody will prod me if I overlook any. Peter, please, sorry, I overlooked that.
I think that's the thing you pointed out, I think, is exactly what we are trying to find out in experimental workshops. This preliminary project Vera spoke about, this RevEU project, with people of different age which commented on photographs. showed very clearly how difficult it is to somehow, let's say, limit the potential way how they describe everything between the images. I mean, if you have something on the image, house, a car, there are like specific words which you can say those are allowed in our vocabulary. But as soon as you start to go away from the images, that was our first experience there, it gets extremely colorful. They start to tell about their own truth. They start to talk about the family relations, travels, and stuff like this. And I think one big challenge is really to limit the potential way how they describe without biasing the results too much. That's really, really difficult, but I think we need to explore how far this is possible. But I absolutely agree. It is also important to visualize the things which are between the images. That's very, very, very important. And I could imagine that time is one aspect, that there are temporal relations between the single images to visualize them. And the other are those red lines, which we showed in the last slide. And the red line shows that two images belong together, but we need this annotation why. And there I think that's just something which we learned from the computer scientists, that they are very much interested in this as well, because they operate a lot, or they do a lot with machine learning, and they get results, but they cannot judge why this result was given by the computer system. And I think this is also for the computer science people extremely interesting to have this interdisciplinary dialogue with historians and photo historians.
Brian has a comment.
Brian? You would need to unmute them. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Sorry, this is for Ruth Baumeister. I tried to type this and send it to everyone, and I kept pressing, but it doesn't seem to have appeared in the chat.
No. I
don't know what the problem is. In any case, I had two remarks to comment on Ruth's talk. The first concerns Adolf Loos. Adolf Loos was notoriously suspicious of architectural photography. He had no confidence in its ability to actually convey real architectural value. And I think that that's one sort of very important starting point to think about these photographic documentations of public offices. The second concerns the production of the offices themselves. I think that many of the issues that Ruth raises have to be considered by remembering that buildings are produced as well as designed, and they're produced as much by the commissioners and the patrons as by the architects. Architects come into practice on designing office buildings especially rather downstream. Further upstream at the origins are the actual people who run the offices and who want them building. So for instance, the Bureau Landschaft idea of an office was really designed by business managers more than architects. And so you put these two things together, the fact that the practice of architectural photography is an unreliable guide very often to actual architectural quality and the issues required in understanding and improving design. And secondly, the fact that the designers ultimately of many kinds of public space are only in part the architects. It's the commissioners that you have to go to find out.
Can I quickly answer on that one?
Please, Ruth, go ahead.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And that's in the kind of realm and the thematic focus of this conference. I didn't elaborate on that, but actually our initial incentive, so to say, to start this research at all was that the partner I'm working with, he worked back then in an office where they were supposed to design a new office building, and they looked into research, and research on workplace and office buildings was not made by architects anymore, but was made by consultancies or by furniture firms or by IT consultancies. And they all had one incentive, which was selling their products. And that's why we get into these strange circles that offices need to be renewed. Or, for example, the main topic when it came to office design was only flex space or fixed space. And all of these consultancies, they promote the open office landscape. And that's also actually why we went back to the Bürolandschaft. And I don't know whether you realized it in our book. That also makes one part, because it was the first open office, or like maybe not the first open office, but in Western Germany after the war, certainly one of the most important and iconic ones. And it got totally raped and changed to the irrecognizable. And none of these entities, none of these promoters of the open office nowadays look back to that example and try to learn from it.
That was something that you mean you refer to the picture on the cover on the beginning of your presentation.
No, it's another one. It's this kind of huge floor plan that looks like a huge open office with I don't know, almost hundreds of desks, and that was like Brian just said, was the result of office consultants who tried to design the floor plan according to how work is done in the office and how it's communicated in the office. And that completely got wiped off to these single office spaces again, or double office spaces.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was something I was also wondering when on the one hand, how those offices changed how those offices were changed as working environment, because I only know some of those large space offices where everybody, and those semi-isolated spaces where everybody sits in a cubicle that is about chest high or something like that, where I always wondered why. What does it give me? But on the other hand, I could, how those changes are actually also changes in visibility and in, how to say, the optical framework in offices also all the time. And the other, because I was just wondering also about the way those images, the way those offices are photographed, actually, because when I looked at the cover illustration, or at the illustration with which you open the lecture, that there was the old photograph on the left, or the part of the old photograph on the left-hand side, on newer photograph on the right-hand side, and the left-hand side was like, oh, this is so open, and the light comes from within, and you could see everything, and it's all about transparency. And all of a sudden, the right-hand office looked like that you won't see if somebody only switches on the light or something like that. And I wondered how much that has to do actually with the architecture, or how much that has to do with photography, because or whether you could kind of, if the photographer would have asked the people in the building before, hey, could you please switch on the lights in your offices, would the stark difference between those two images, would that have been maybe a little bit softer than?
Maybe a little bit, but I think in general, all of these offices that were built, let's say in the 1960s, they have this very, 50s and 60s, they have this very light expression when it comes to the construction, and there's a lot of glass and a lot of see-through and things like that. But then came the energy crisis, and facades that have been very transparent first had to be changed to glass facade that is able to have a better energy value. Or a lot of them, they had like very high spaces, and all of a sudden they put in new ceilings where they could run all kinds of machinery. So this kind of architecture also was significantly changed through these technical modifications.
Mm-hmm. Well, the floor. We still have some 3 to 5 minutes of discussion. If I'm more than happy to go on with asking. It's always the privilege of the chair to ask as many questions as he or she can. Because I was coming to I see your point about the energy crisis and the change in the facades, but and extending it also to the other 2 lectures. I was wondering whether or how much the idea of visibility and transparency has maybe changed since the 70s. Well, because on the one hand, it was some kind of, how to say, Foucauldian, everybody can see everything, or not everybody can see everything, but there's some kind of Foucauldian transparency to architecture, but not only architecture, but also to photographs themselves, where photographs are meant to show everything. And there, you have this on the one hand. On the other hand, you have all those kind of strategies of making things invisible. There's, so to say, and they become in this kind of struggle between making things visible and making things invisible seems to be much more prominent to me if I let things pass my mind, like that people start to put in tinted windows in their cars so nobody can see who's sitting inside, or that photographs are, it is much harder, for instance, to publish photographs, because in Germany there has been a lot of lawsuits in the recent times about, for instance, using private photographs for, I'm current, just today we had a discussion with another project I have on whether we can use certain photographs for as press photographs or not. And so this kind of how to say, who controls visibility and who controls kind of who gets access to the images, or who gets access to visibility, to put it like that, is something which I wonder whether there really has been some kind of shift over the let's say 20 or 30 years, also probably owing to the introduction of something like social media and easier distribution of images in the digital age and stuff like that. That was, it's just like another thought that came to my mind when you said about something about the facades. And Peter is just
it's a very interesting point. I'm a little bit worrying also about, because you mentioned this in the beginning, we are operating a national data center for research data, and photographs are the very an important aspect. And I just think somehow digitization promised for quite a number of years unlimited visibility, but actually the opposite is true. Mm-hmm. Images, everybody says we need fair repositories, open access and stuff like this, but it does just mean that you have somehow a door which you can open and go inside, but what you find inside there is just a huge number of unstructured images and maybe some metadata, and that's really a problem. And I think, and that's one point Vera is very much focusing on, it needs somehow a new kind of digital curation. I think we have a huge potential to guide people through those large seas of image data in a repository, but someone has to do it. You need to be taken by the hand, and someone has to explain something about photographs. And I think the presentation of Ruth is it's a fantastic example. to just show how much you can explain and tell about photographs and how they are correlate with each other, but someone has to do it. And that's I see there really a big problem. Also for me, digitization is the opposite of visibility right now.
Could I respond to this?
Yes, please.
I'm very intrigued by the way that Peter showed how metadata could, as it were, recognize and collate images of a certain kind. For instance, you could ask for a collection of images of people standing by doorways, let's say. And it seems to me that this is on the way to a kind of art historical algorithm, where you could say, bring me all the images that you can find of a volute in buildings all over Europe or something like that. And some kind of search engine could find all the similar items in this vast collection that you would otherwise take months to collate and collect. Or you could even apply it to movies, and you could say, well, I would like to find movie scenes of people standing on balconies. And then you have a kind of slide library, the old-fashioned slide library of views of various kinds of architectural samples. And you could have a digital version of this, which would have movies and God knows what. But I mean, it sounds like a kind of insane project.
Well, yeah, I remember the good old slide libraries when I was studying history of art in Hamburg, and it was one of my jobs to work there. And it was really literally tens of thousands of images, and to sorting them was really, because every single slide was its own how to say, archival card. Yeah. So anyway,
maybe I can just add here that the Mnemosyne Atlas, also in Hamburg, and I mean we followed some project that already done this with the Pathos Formel to search for this, and yeah, I mean this is certainly something that we need to think of, but I don't think that it would like be an alternative to art historian practices. So I mean, it can never like do the same as the experts can, but I think we should really experiment with it and see where it could lead us or where it could be helpful for us.
Yeah, I like the analogy with the Mnemosyne project. Very interesting.
Yeah. All right, I'm very grateful for all of you. I hope I didn't overlook anybody who wants to contribute to the discussion. Otherwise, I would suggest that we go for a coffee break. Unfortunately, we can't go together. And that we meet again at 1/4 to the full hour in whatever time zone you are. And I would, again, like to thank all the contributors. And I would also very, very much like to thank the translators who did a great job in translating the lectures, at least what I can judge from the English side of it. Thank you very much. See you in a little bit more than half an hour.
Jennifer, we can start.
Okay, great. Thank you, Maria, and welcome everyone to panel 2. The title of this panel is The Ages and Aging of Photographs. And our first paper is by Elena Vivic. Elena is a postgraduate student at Higher School of Economics University in the School of Philosophy and Cultural Studies, working in the area of media and technology studies. She has a master's degree in visual culture and has worked on problems of digital images and screen culture. Her paper today is titled Aging of Digital Photography, Accessing Time by Code Conversion. And please join me in welcoming Elena Vivic.
Hello, everyone. I'm glad to be here. Sorry, I will speak in Russian because the text is not so easy, and I was just not sure that I can put it clear in English, but I'm sure that translators can manage it. Also, I have no translation to the presentation, but it is not so much connected with the speech, and it is not so important, so I will share my screen now. Yeah, I changed my the name of my presentation, but and in the в общем, в программке, наверное, предыдущее название.
Нет, в программке нынешней, Лен. Ну, да, все в порядке.
Вот. Мой доклад посвящен проблеме медиума. Это одна из основных проблем в исследовании фотографии. Но в данном случае одна из моих задач будет обратить внимание на техническую литературу как какой-то ресурс для аргументации, который может быть интересен для исследований фотографии. По своей специализации занимаюсь не конкретно фотографией, а цифровыми медиумами. Поэтому здесь я буду концентрироваться не на историческом развитии фотографии и ее миграции одного носителя на другой, а на состоянии в настоящий момент, когда чаще всего медиумом является цифровое устройство. То есть мне интересны условия, при которых оцифрованная или созданная при помощи цифровых устройств фотография может возникать на экране или редактироваться. Прежде чем перейти к делу, я проясню значение ключевых терминов, которые будут использоваться далее. Так, в фокусе внимания устройства, имеющее ЦПУ, это центральный процессор управления, и экран, к которым относятся современные смартфоны, ноутбуки, стационарные компьютеры и ряд других устройств. Их я имею в виду, говоря техническое устройство или электронные медиумы. Под цифровым изображением понимается любое изображение, сгенерированное при помощи логико-математических устройств изобретательного класса, включая иконки и элементы интерфейса. Сюда же относится цифровая фотография.
Елена, простите, пожалуйста, да? Можно чуть-чуть помедленнее, просто чтобы переводчики успевали?
Да, конечно. Это изображение, оно может быть воспроизведено и в виде голограммы, и в условиях дополненной реальности, поэтому нет смысла концентрироваться на экранах как значащих поверхностях, как предлагает, например, Тема. Для обозначения материальных условий возникновения изображения будет использовано понятие субстрат. Это не поверхность, как традиционно считается в эстетике, а электронная начинка медиума. Также будет использоваться понятие изоморфизм в том смысле, в котором оно обычно используется в математике. Изоморфны друг другу множества, обладающие одинаковой структурой. Отображения или функции разного характера создают изоморфные множества, если после выполнения процедуры структура изначального множества сохраняется. Использование этого понятия оправдано постольку, поскольку теория множеств лежит в основе устройства любого цифрового медиума, и без нее идея конечного автомата такого типа невозможна. Понятие изоморфизма достаточно универсально, часто используется в контексте исследований искусственного интеллекта и в нейронауках, и также в теориях визуального восприятия. Существует ряд более или менее разработанных подходов к анализу цифровой фотографии, которые мне известны. Я не буду разбирать все, упомяну только, на мой взгляд, общие тренды и значимых конкретно для моего исследования авторов. На слайде также упомянуты авторы просто для ориентации, о какой оптике идет речь. Но не все они писали именно про фотографию, хотя, вероятно, являются часто референтными источниками. Возможно, самый популярный подход – это социально-антропологический, когда фотография рассматривается в контексте более широких социальных систем, как отражение трендов, регулирующий элемент отношений и так далее. Сюда можно отнести исторические исследования, исследования практик. Он часто пересекается с герменевтическим подходом, когда анализируется содержание изображения, его значение. Существует феноменология и постфеноменология фотографии, которая пересекается с теорией образа, и, как правило, здесь можно говорить о материальности только как о являющейся субъекту, о материальности как поверхности, текстуре или интерфейсе в стиле Гибсона или Бруно. Это интересный взгляд, но я в данном случае буду говорить несколько о другом. Есть еще лаканианская перспектива, достаточно разработанная, с которой подходит к цифровым явлениям вообще. Отдельно я выделила медиа-исследования, поскольку к ним относятся цифровая археология и акторно-сетевая теория. Это не подходы, разработанные специально для фотографии, но в данном случае будут заимствованы некоторые принципы и идеи. Из археологии медиа будет заимствовано следующее. Во-первых, это рассмотрение объекта не как среза или застывшей вне времени формы, а в развитии. Все состояния объекта в разные моменты времени являются частью его жизненного цикла и участвуют в его определении. Во-вторых, нам симпатично использование ссылок на технические источники теоретиками Берлинской школы и их апелляции к устройству технических средств, которыми они занимаются. И в-третьих, археология медиа обычно подразумевает построение общей семантики для всех источников, которые описывают объект. С другой стороны, будет заимствован один принцип из акторно-сетевой теории, поскольку цифровая электроника рассматривается как равноправный с человеком элемент более крупной электронно-семантической системы. Подразумевается, что устройство – это агент в процессе взаимодействия с ним человека. От акторно-сетевой теории, тем не менее, точка зрения этой статьи отличается тем, что эта теория уравнивает всех агентов в рамках более общей абстрактной системы, которую можно свободно конфигурировать и накладывать на разные явления. Мы же обращаемся к явлению вне всяких более широких систем, ограничиваясь универсальной ситуацией взаимодействия человека с устройством, чтобы понять специфику устройства. То есть грамматика взаимодействия рассматривается не через универсальную объяснительную систему, а как уникальная грамматика. Далее я пойду по следующей схеме. Я кратко опишу теоретические предпосылки исследования, потом добавлю к ним несколько тезисов Вольфганга Эрнста и при помощи полученной модели проанализирую случаи интересного эффекта, который происходит с фотографиями, которые сохранены в формате шпек. Основная идея, которая лежит в основе дальнейшего повествования, заключается в том, что все символические системы, появляющиеся на экране образы и электротехнические схемы, непосредственно производимые или участвующие в проектировании цифрового медиума, это способ реконструкции материальности субстрата для человека. Иными словами, это способ представления того, что на данный момент происходит, или проектирование того, что должно однажды произойти с электронной начинкой устройства, которая не видна пользователю, поскольку скрыта внутри корпуса. Такие системы принято делить на уровни. Низкоуровневое описание более подробно и, как считается, менее понятно описывает происходящее. Более высокоуровневые описания разрабатываются в первую очередь для удобства человека. Они должны быть как можно ближе к естественному языку, а синтаксис и принципы программирования должны быть интуитивно понятны. Чтобы вообразить себе иерархию языков, можно начать с двоичного кода и электротехнической схемы, как наиболее близких к цифровой основе описаний. Затем идет переключательная алгебра, которая дает возможность составлять схемы. Следующим после схем уровнем можно считать ассемблер, язык программирования, непосредственно описывающий передачу сигналов из одного источника в другой. Выражение на языке ассемблера можно перевести в выражение на языке более высокого уровня, как C++, Fortran, Java, Python и так далее. Основное условие для перевода – это наличие правил перевода и протоколов, которые можно понять как описание функций, переводящие элементы одного множества в другое. Ну, каноническое описание всего этого процесса дает машина Тьюринга, ну и различные теории и тесты, которые с ней смежны. Обязательным условием будет изоморфизм двух множеств или двух различных описаний одной процедуры или одного цифрового объекта по некоторым выделенным признакам. Изображение можно поставить в один ряд с выражениями на разных языках, которые его описывают, с кодом этого изображения, с формулой, с потенциальной схемой аппарата, создающего изображение. И если оно изоморфно всем этим выражениям, то точно так же на каком-то уровне описывает происходящее в субстрате. Вот эти взаимоотношения возможных описаний, они также лежат в основе вот общей абстрактной теории, которая связана с машинами Тьюринга. То есть это какое-то такое общее место для теории конечного автомата вычислительного вообще. Просто я добавляю сюда еще и изображения и какие-то символические вещи, как, например, иконки, тоже как бы добавляю вот к этим всем системам. Культурный или социальный смысл, которым пользователь может произвольно наделить картинку, которую видит на экране, будет вторичен по отношению к семантике, определенной синтаксическими и структурными свойствами тех языковых систем, которым она может быть поставлена в соответствии на основании изоморфизма. Поэтому не обязательно рассматривать элементы визуального интерфейса как отдельный визуальный язык. Они могут поддаваться или не поддаваться привычному лингвистическому толкованию. Ряд изоморфных выражений вместе с изображением здесь будет называться цифровым объектом. Отображающая функция, которая будет ставить их в соответствие друг другу, будет также тем, что определяет единство цифрового объекта вне зависимости от того, какое в данный момент используется описание. Следующий шаг – это добавить к сформированному выше представлению о цифровом устройстве тезис о том, что электронные медиа основаны на обработке времени и за счет этого способны формировать человеческое настоящее, которое выдвигает Эрнст. Эрнст – это теоретик из области археологии медиа. Незаметные глазу крошечные темпоральные события, происходящие внутри устройства, как он пишет, определяют сознательное восприятие пользователя как Petitus Perceptions, не знаю, как это читается, у Лейбница. Устройство делает этот микромир темпоральных событий доступным сознанию. Изображения же для Эрнста в прямом смысле состоят из времени. В данном случае то, что устройство оперирует временем, это не метафора. Эрнст использует данные цифровой электроники о синхронизации элементов платы, о тактовом сигнале и счетчиках, чтобы говорить о времени медиума, и пытается от узкого технического представления об устройстве прибора перейти к субъективному, феноменологическому, объяснить изменение субъективного темпорального восприятия через темпоральность электронной начинки устройства. Хотя Эрнст, как правило, подвергает анализу огромное количество технических подробностей, его трактовка может показаться достаточно вольной. Он выбирает такой параметр, как время, которым оперирует цифровая электроника, и делает его наиболее значимым среди других аспектов устройства прибора. Затем он пытается связать электронное время с субъективными историческими временами при помощи постструктуралистской оптики, семиотики или феноменологии. В конце концов, Эрнст утверждает глобальную независимость времени электронного медиума от большого исторического. Тем не менее, идея о том, что компьютер – это темпоральный медиум, очень важна. Эрнст подчеркивает значимость тактового сигнала и элементов синхронизации работы различных комплектующих устройства, но нет никакой нужды сосредотачиваться на этом. Показать то, что идея последовательности во времени лежит в основе идеи вычисляющей машины, можно и чисто формально. Алгоритм в целом подразумевает последовательность шагов во времени. Идея электронно-вычислительного медиума, несомненно, работает только если мыслить процессами и рекурсиями. Эрнст пишет, что логика и математика наделяют машину собственной темпоральностью, что отражено в базовых работах Тьюринга. И да, это именно так, поскольку идея последовательности во времени лежит в основании формального логико-математического аппарата, на который опираются информатика и схемотехника. Это можно доказать при помощи анализа функции штрих-шефера, которая в случае компьютера является своего рода универсальной логической функцией. С помощью нее можно представить любое выражение из любой интерпретационной системы. Это исключительно мой тезис, который доказывается более подробно, но сейчас нет возможности это сделать из-за длины доклада. На основании всего вышесказанного можно выдвинуть два тезиса, которые дальше предстоит подтвердить анализом случая деградации ЖПЕГ. ну, вот этого эффекта, о котором я говорю. Первое – это что цифровая фотография формально определяется как единое целое вместе со всеми изоморфными ему описаниями. И второе – это то, что тождественность цифровой фотографии себе, что можно понять, например, как отличие оригинала от копии, имеет темпоральную природу. Анализ таких кейсов позволит, с одной стороны, лучше понять идеи Эрнста, и с другой погрузиться в те особенности функционирования цифровых устройств, которые неизбежно оказываются связаны с визуальными перцепциями. И далее я перейду к кейсу. Значит, что такое JPEG? Это способ кодирования и сжатия цифрового изображения. Он был разработан в 70-х годах, но он изменился с тех пор, но основные принципы остались такими же, и проблемы при сжатии остаются теми же, которые были. Этот формат очень удобен для пересылки, поэтому фотографии этого типа, как правило, постоянно циркулируют в сети, их скачивают, загружают, обрабатывают. Об этом писали некоторые исследователи фотографии, например, Дэвид Палмер. Интерес представляет тот факт, что JPEG всегда сжимает изображение с потерями. То есть, чем большему количеству манипуляций подвергается изображение, тем больше вероятность, что оно будет постепенно терять в качестве. И на слайде видны примеры, как это происходит. То есть, с одной стороны, там изображение в оригинальном виде, и они постепенно теряют в качестве. Сжатие означает сохранение изображения в таком виде, чтобы оно занимало как можно меньше места при минимальных возможных потерях информации. То есть изображения в формате JPEG не только постоянно включены в какие-то процессы, но и несут на себе отпечатки этих процессов. Здесь нас интересует известный эффект, который в публицистике называется деградацией JPEG. Это постепенное ухудшение качества изображения в результате многократных перезаливов на сервер и повторных скачиваний. В результате изображение может заметно визуально измениться. На нем появляются дефекты, артефакты. То же самое происходит, если вручную менять степень сжатия при сохранении. Наиболее интересный случай, когда это происходит ненамеренно, в результате циркуляции изображений в сети, поскольку тогда видимые и невидимые дефекты будут маркировать участие изображений в каких-то социокультурных процессах. И многие, кстати, цифровые художники, насколько я знаю, некоторые используют это. Вот, и было несколько акций каких-то политических, которые были связаны с использованием, эксплуатацией этого эффекта. Палмер тоже пишет об этом эффекте, но занимает несколько другую позицию. Он проводит социокультурный анализ по методологии, схожей с подходом, например, Гэллоуэя. JPEG представляет собой не качество изображения или контейнер, куда оно помещается, статичную форму, а алгоритм, процессуальную форму, название ряда процедур. На слайде представлено очень упрощенное, но достаточно репрезентативное изображение вот этого цикла. То есть вот исходное изображение, оно кодируется в файл, а потом из него как бы восстанавливается на экран обратно. А вот в квадратиках это название каких-то алгебраических процедур, которые с ним происходят в этом процессе. Упомянутые потери происходят только на определенных этапах этого процесса. Когда изображение скачивается, потери происходят на этапе квантования, а когда загружается обратно, на этапе округления. Я не буду подробно останавливаться на этом процессе. При однократном прохождении цикла кодирования-декодирования изменения визуально неразличимы, если степень сжатия не скорректирована вручную до очень больших значений. Заметное влияние оказывает 70, 100, 500 перезаливов. Важно отметить здесь то, что эффект деградации высвечивает некоторые принципы того, каким образом изображение всякий раз определяется как то же самое. Артефакты или дефекты, которых со временем становится все больше, позволяют с большей долей уверенности, увидев то или иное изображение в сети, снова узнать его как уже виденное прежде. В результате, в случае простых цифровых копий сложно решить, являются ли они одной картинкой или разными картинками, потому что различные их описания могут быть одинаковыми. Но если изображение приобрело дефекты в результате многократных перезаливов, то оно будет отличаться от других копий и визуально, и в виде кода, и в более низкоуровневых вариантах описания. Иными словами, изображение приобретает индивидуальность за счет того, что циркулирует в сети и участвует в коммуникационных практиках. Это можно представить и следующим образом. Изображение остается тождественным себе поскольку практики обмена изображениями, скачивания и загрузок формируют его историю. И эта история отражена в уникальных характеристиках кода, который будет отличаться от кода предыдущих копий изображения. И в первоначальном варианте названия это было отражено как старение, то есть я предложила такую метафору старения цифрового изображения. Тождественность изображения себе же в другие периоды времени будет поддерживаться его участием в процессах, в которых на него оказывается воздействие пользователя. Оно актуализируется, будучи включенным в такой процесс, где присутствуют акты семантической интерпретации человеком, и так реконструируется его материальность. Способ, каким изображение приобретает свою единичность, таким образом значительно отличается от того, каким образом мы различаем изображение на других носителях. Например, картина на холсте, по моему предположению, остается всегда тождественной себе за счет однозначности материального воплощения. Материальность цифрового изображения восстановлена как описание, соотнесенное с состоянием электронной начинки устройства. Условия различения цифрового изображения как одного и того же должны быть созданы в результате его темпорального развития и участия в процессах, где присутствует человек. Есть и еще одно важное следствие из технической литературы. Описание процессов потери качества изображения в технической литературе и публицистике технической направленности должны выглядеть как описание последовательных линейных алгоритмов. Если же рассматривать эти тексты с точки зрения того, как на практике происходит то, что называется кодированием и декодированием, то оказывается, что текст такого типа не последователен, а эклектичен. Они сочетают в себе описание математических методов кодирования, части алгоритмов, уравнения и указания на перцепции, либо действия пользователя в момент, когда кодирование совершается. В результате, например, появление нового измененного кода после декодирования выглядит предшествующим появлению изображения на экране, но на практике семантика кода не встраивается в линейную последовательность с действием по перезаливу изображений или визуальным перцепциям. Код возникает на экране только тогда, когда человек его запрашивает, как альтернативное описание ситуации в субстрате. Его функция — дать альтернативное описание, а не каким-то образом сопровождать материальный процесс. То, что мы находим в технической литературе, это неизбежное изменение порядка событий, которого требует интерпретация такого характера. Чтобы описать процесс деградации JPEG, нужно создать структуру однозначно асинхронных событий. Здесь можно вспомнить тезис о том, что всякое описание работы устройства будет базироваться на идее последовательности во времени. Как видно из предыдущего примера, последовательность не обязательно относится к каким-то потенциально переживаемым темпоральным промежуткам. То есть это скорее абстрактная, формализованная идея неодновременности процедур, которая необходима, чтобы достичь понятности описания. Эрнст пишет о том, что вычисляемое время определяет нарративное время, и речь здесь идет о подобном эффекте. Изоморфизм возможных описаний изображения – это основное условие, при котором, вне зависимости от любых темпоральных преобразований, оно будет сохранять тождественность себе. В этом случае остается уверенность, что речь идет о том же самом изображении, что код соответствует визуальному впечатлению, и любое техническое описание, полученное отсюда, будет относиться именно к нему. То есть, действительно, можно сказать, что цифровое изображение формально является целым с разнообразными вариантами его описания. Функция, сохраняющая его тождественность себе, это функция, сохраняющая соответствие всех видов описаний на протяжении времени. Она проявляет себя, когда изображение проходит цикл кодирования и декодирования, делая индивидуальность изображения однозначной. Таким образом, кейс деградации JPEG позволяет раскрыть идею Эрнста и прояснить некоторые тезисы с предыдущих слайдов. Спасибо за внимание. Я надеюсь, что-нибудь было понятно.
Okay, great. Thank you, Elena. And so this paper fits so well into this panel because it's looking at how a digital image accumulates the mark of age only when it's, if I understand it correctly, only when it's being manipulated with. So about the identity of how digital photography is constructed and what the temporal component adds to it. We have time for just one or two kind of clarification questions, I guess, before then we'll move on to our next speaker, and then we'll have questions for general discussion. And I see there is a question from Friedrich.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the host would like me to unmute. I'm more than happy to do that. Thank you for your talk. I was just wondering one thing. Does this digital aging happen when I simply open the file, or because I was just wondering, I'm opening and closing files on my computer, and some of them I've been opening and closing for at least 100 times, digital image files, JPEGs, and I couldn't see any signs of aging there. And so I was just wondering whether this kind of process of copying induces the aging, or the simple act of using them, of opening and closing them.
No, this is the main interest in this case, that it happens only when you send it usually to someone, or you upload it to some website or something like this.
Okay. Okay. So because of what I was the question I was wondering about is that I think that it's something we could also see in analog photography, where if you would have an image and you would rephotograph it, you also have all this noise entering the photograph, and the image has less of contrast, for instance, if you reproduce it the same way it was taken before and stuff like that. But I'm not going into that. I see that Peter has a question too, and I'm stepping back with blabbing.
I think we have time for one quick question. Was this from Peter?
Yes.
Oh, no, perfect, super. I just would like to know whether you had a look at JPEG 2000 as an image format, and whether you saw their problematic aspects with transcoding, recoding, and how it ages in comparison to JPEG.
Yes, but JPEG 2000 had the same problems, no? Or maybe I don't know something, but as I read, the 2000s standard has the same problems with degradation.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Elena. Please join me in thanking Elena for her paper. And next, we move on to our next speaker, who is Kate. Do you prefer going by Kate or Katie? Kate?
Either one is fine. Okay. It always gets confusing.
Okay, Kate Adelman-Frankel is the Gary and Ellen Davis Curator of Photography at the Herbert F. Johnson Museum of Art at Cornell University in Ithaca, New York. I think that's the first curator, is that right? The first curator of photography at the museum. She defended her PhD at the University of Toronto, where she also taught courses on the history and theory of photography. She has previously worked as a photography curator in the Department of Photographs at the Musée d'Orsay in Paris, and in the Department of Photographs at the National Gallery in Washington, D.C. And it seems that she has a new book, perhaps based on her dissertation, or no? In the
Not yet.
Oh, not yet. Okay, it's on the web as a teaser that we can all look forward to on the photographer Edouard Balduz, on his first Photographeurs, posing the question of is photogravure a reproductive technique for him, or is it a photographic technique with entirely its own aesthetic? So we are very happy that you can join us, and please join me in welcoming Kate and her paper on histories of early photogravure.
Thank you very much, Jennifer, and thanks to the organizers for having me. I wish we could have all been together in person, but I'm glad to be here with you today in this way all the same. I'm going to try sharing just a portion of my screen so that I can see my notes as well. If I move this over here, does that work? I don't hear anyone saying no, so I'm just going to assume yes.
Yes, it works perfectly.
Okay, good. All right. I should also just clarify that I wasn't quite a curator at the Musée d'Orsay or at the NGA, but I did work in those curatorial departments as curatorial assistant and intern before taking my present position. All right. So we're going to go back to the 19th century now. And in keeping with the theme of this conference, this paper will address two critical moments of becoming in the history of photography. The first is technological, the turn in the 19th century toward photomechanical processes as key to photography's future. And the second is historiographical, the field of photo history's turn away from these same processes as a central feature of the medium's past. Photomechanical techniques produce ink-based prints from photographic negatives by combining processes of photography with those of printmaking. From the 1850s through the 1870s, the refinement of such techniques was a chief concern of the photographic establishment in France, which was still one of the most dynamic and influential sites of photographic activity in the world. Photomechanical prints were shown at every exhibition of the Société Française de Photographie from 1855 to 1876. In 1869, they made up the majority of the works exhibited. French photography and science journals followed developments in photomechanical technologies closely. Critics received new attempts at photomechanical printmaking warmly and pronounced new techniques consummate even as they were evolving. Photographers and printmakers of note staked their careers on these processes. Yet photomechanical prints from this formative period are not well represented in modern histories of photography, if they are represented at all. Outside of texts focusing on the development of photographic technologies, they tend to be accorded little importance. They are rarely discussed or illustrated in the field's abundant survey texts, and their material and conceptual complexity and relevance within the 19th century histories of both photography and fine art go essentially undescribed. I'll begin today by providing an overview of the work of one photographer who produced a particularly notable body of work in the photomechanical process of photogravure, Edward Baldus, on whom I have also, of course, written quite a lot, including a large section of my dissertation. And we see one example of Baldus' photogravure on the screen here, which was published in Blencourt-Refra's 1869 History of Photography. Baldus, who enjoyed a towering reputation amongst his peers and who figures prominently within the narrative of 19th century photography that dominates in the present day, worked only and productively in photogravure from the mid-1860s until the mid-1880s, publishing his last works just 5 years before his death in 1889. Just a note that photogravure is an intaglio process like engraving or etching. With intaglio processes, the image is incised below the surface of the plate. With planographic and relief printmaking methods, which were also partnered with photography, the image is either flush with the surface of the plate or raised above it. Baldus ultimately published more than 1,000 individual images in the photogravure process. Many of them were boldly distinct in appearance, like this one, blending photography and engraving to unusual effect. None of his contemporaries worked in this process to a comparable degree, whether in terms of sheer volume, conceptual and visual daring, or level of engagement. Baldus made his own plates from his own negatives using his own process. And beginning in 1870, he acted as his own printer as well. Yet his prints in this process are little known. Given his famous name especially, this makes him a particularly striking example of the discrepancy between the importance accorded to 19th century photomechanical prints in his time and in ours. Baldus's vast and varied photogravure corpus suggests three specific primary ways that the technique was used from the time of its early development through the initial phase of its industrialization. I'll briefly go over these three specific ways that I found to start to give an idea of what early photogravure was and what its products looked like. And then drawing from influential histories of photography published from the 1920s on, I will make some propositions about why Baldus's ink-based photogravure prints are overshadowed in the modern discourse on him by his earlier silver-based saltpaper and albumen prints. So Baldus released his first compendium of photogravure prints in 1866. And you're seeing on the left here the cover page from that volume, and on the right one of the images that was contained within. So the publication of this compendium was an event without technological precedent. It was described by Ernest Lecan as, quote, a true monument of art. It comprised rare ornamental designs by famous artists of the 15th to 18th centuries, including Albrecht Dürer, Du Cerceau, Lucas van Leyden, and others, designs that Baldus had replicated with astonishing accuracy. These represent the first category of production that we see in Baldus's photomechanical oeuvre, facsimile reproductions of line engravings. This was an important and intriguing use of the photogravure process. These technically advanced copies were a high-profile and wonderfully effective means of preserving and popularizing icons of cultural heritage, particularly historic engravings whose artistic idioms and designs the powerful Académie des Beaux-Arts considered key to the French artistic tradition. These facsimiles spread through French schools and amongst artists and art historians. One printmaker, Charles Durand, whose work you see here on the screen, based his entire decades-long career on producing photogravure facsimiles. On viewing such prints, critics observed that they reproduced their models so exactly that it could be difficult to distinguish the original from the reproduction. As an intaglio printmaking method itself, photogravure reproduced not just the content of the object, that is the image, but the total object, the paper, the plate marks, the ink, and all. Indeed, Armand Durand was obliged to stamp the verso of each of his prints with a small red monogram to quiet some collectors' fears of a market laden with counterfeits. The second category of production, very different, observed in Baldus's photogravure oeuvre, is creative translations of silver-based photographs, which Baldus began producing in 1869 with his first volume on the architectural ornamentation of the Louvre and Tuileries palaces. And on the right, you're seeing one of the prints from that volume. So these prints are, quote, reproductions in the sense of the word as used by historians and historical critics of engraving. They do not replicate, but interpret. And I think that this example here shows that pretty clearly. It's kind of an extreme example of interpretation. So on the left, you have a photograph that Baldus made during his commission to photograph the decorative program of the new Louvre as it was being built. So you can see that this door frame is sitting on the construction site. It's being propped up by these bricks. It's just a fragment of something that's going on the building. And then when Baldus returned to this image to publish it in his later volume, he made a lot of changes to decontextualize it completely to make it appear as though this is an example of French classical tradition. He's gotten rid of the date, so it appears like a timeless object. And he's of course blacked out all of the background so that there's no idea anymore that this is an object that was sitting on a construction site. In the literature on photomechanical techniques like photogravure, it is taken for granted that photogravure reproductions are replications rather than interpretations or translations. That the point was to make as exact a replica of a photograph as possible in this other, more stable, more easily publishable medium. However, many photogravure printmakers were interested in the creative possibilities of their craft, and many were also familiar with the practices of traditional etching. This interest and familiarity are expressed in their work. A number of the prominent photogravure prints and projects of the 1850s and 1860s demonstrate the opportunities for artistry that intaglio printmaking presents, and suggest that the aesthetics particular to this new hybrid graphic form were eagerly observed. So I'm just going to show a couple more examples here by different photogravure printmakers. This one is by Charles Nègre, of course, another huge name in 19th century photography. Here he's not reproducing his own photograph, but a photograph by a photographer named Louis Vigne, who made the photograph on the left in the late 1850s, early 1860s. Nègre was commissioned to make photogravure versions of the photographs for a publication that was published in 1874 called Voyage à la mer morte. And I don't know if you can see on your screen, the changes aren't so extreme as the ones that we just saw in the Baldus comparison, but he did add clouds here in the background. He added in some cacti here in the foreground. He increased the definition of the foliage all through the middle ground here. He increased the definition of this tree. So on the whole, he's really improving the image. He's taking it upon himself not to replicate it exactly, but to actually make what he considered improvements. And here we see a similar kind of example. The photograph on the left is by the Bisson frères, and on the right is by the husband and wife photo engraving team of Adolphe and Pauline Riffaut. And on the left here, you can see the skies, of course, are blown out. The shadows are not very clear. There's a certain amount of loss of detail. And of course, there are no people in the picture. And on the right, the Riffauts have, again, taken it upon themselves to make the picture kind of more appealing in the traditional sense. And they've even added some figures in at the bottom there, both to give the picture more interest and to perhaps show this pavilion at the Louvre in the way it may actually have appeared to them, you know, with some human activity. The last clear category of production that I'll talk about that's visible in Balduce's oeuvre is original photogravure images. So these are images that, unlike the facsimiles or translations that I've already discussed, never circulated or were published in any form other than photogravure. These prints were the first and only finished product to issue from the photographic negative used to create them. Tellingly, the photographic positives that precipitated Balduce's original photogravure prints are not presently known. They were created only as part of the photogravure process, of little value to their creator and no value at all to their publishers on their own, and it is unlikely that they will ever surface. The general literature on photography's history consistently points to Peter Henry Emerson and Alfred Stieglitz as the first photographers of note to explore and appreciate the aesthetic qualities and artistic potentialities of photogravure, and to Carl Klick as the inventor in 1879 of the particular photogravure process that suited such explorations. This narrative is perpetuated at the expense of, among others, the more than 250 original photogravure prints that Balduce created between 1874 and 1884. And the two that you're seeing on the screen are both from his monograph on the Palace of Versailles, published between 1855 and 1875. A lot of them have these incredible, rich, dark, black backgrounds that photogravure allowed for. And again, oftentimes this complete decontextualization of the subjects to a really kind of shocking degree sometimes. Here's one where he does include more contextual information, also from the Versailles volume, an interior view. This is from his last compendium of photogravure prints, another monograph on the Hôtel de Ville in Paris. You can see at the bottom here some construction debris. He photographed it when it was still under construction, and in this case didn't take it upon himself to completely remove any evidence of that. And here's another example from the same book. And I always find this black, pitch black square at the center here really intriguing. So these prints constitute an all but unexplored original body of work by one of the 19th century's great photographers that is important within the arc of his own career by the care and attention he gave to it at significant personal economic risk, it must be said, and significant within the larger history of photography by the later artistic experiments that it predicts, meaning those of the pictorialists. That Balduce made photogravures is not unknown. Malcolm Daniel, Barry Bergdahl, and Maya Sutnick studied and provided crucial information about some of them in the 1990s, and Jennifer Yates analyzed their technical aspects in her master's thesis for Ryerson University in 2010. But the only in-depth historical investigations of these prints have been my own. And if Balduce's photogravures have gone largely unobserved, those of his contemporaries, practitioners without famous names, such as the Riffauts and Aimant Durand, are invisible in the field. It is, of course, well known that photomechanical technologies were of paramount importance to the photography world of the 19th century. Photomechanical prints were more robust than photochemical ones and easier and cheaper to print and publish. The resultant flurry of activity around and commitment of resources to the photomechanical project is recorded in the texts of our field and reported in its most visible survey histories. Yet the prints themselves have been suppressed. Almost nothing about them has achieved the status of general knowledge in the field. How can we account for their present-day obscurity, this turn away from this advanced and seemingly necessary variety of photographic print? A survey of the modern literature on photography does provide some answers, as I'll aim to show now. So the pictorialists may have been the first to posit in writing that the photogravure technique, of which they were very fond, was a technique of reproduction. According to them, the photogravures that appeared in pictorialist journals like Camera Work were reproductions of their original photochemical prints. Previously, in the 19th century, all photographs had been theorized as reproductions. They reproduced their subjects, whether that was artworks, architectural monuments, or nature, that is, anything in the natural world. But for photography to be a fine art, there needed to be originals, works that could be seen, in the words of Christopher Phillips, as, quote, issuing most immediately from some demiurgic force of the artist. By employing the new phrase photomechanical reproduction, the pictorialists created a category of photographic originals. Of course, we have to go back to MoMA. So this was taken up by Beaumont Newhall. You see the man there on the right. MoMA's first curator of photography and photography's first art museum curator, period. Oh, and by the way, on the left, that's just a picture for fun of MoMA in 1936. Like the pictorialist agitators whose texts he read for guidance, Newhall's project was to secure a place for photography within the art museum and academic art history of his time. No easy feat, and one that would certainly also require original objects. It is in Newhall's The History of Photography from 1839 to the present day, which might still be considered the field's most influential text, that the phrase photomechanical reproduction appears in a history of photography for the first time. The phrase is so common today as to have engendered a belief that what photomechanical techniques produce are reproductions, and that what they reproduce are originals, photochemical prints. Newhall was succeeded at MoMA by the modernist formalist curators John Sarkowski and Peter Galassi. In their curatorial department, the idea of the original photograph was important, but the idea of the technically pure photograph was paramount. Sarkowski's special interest was in photography's exceptionality, or what made it different from all other graphic processes. In his view, this was its relationship to reality. This relationship was compromised when a print was not technically pure. This had the effect of further marginalizing photomechanical prints. As products of hybrid photographic and traditional printmaking techniques, photomechanical prints were certainly not pure. While many aspects of the way that the history of photography was initially packaged and disseminated at MoMA have been the subject of critique, the way that these first curators framed early photomechanical printmaking has never been challenged and its consequences never explored. There was one type of photomechanical print that these curators paid attention to, however, the halftone. The halftone process essentially enabled modern photojournalism and the modern illustrated press. And because of that, they're often paired. So when you read about the photo illustrated press, you're often, almost always, also reading about the halftone for good reason. And I thought this was pretty striking. This is from a 1973 exhibition that Sarkowski did at MoMA. This is the exhibition catalog. It was called From the Picture Press. And here on the inside cover of the exhibition catalog, you're actually seeing an image that shows you the halftone screen. So they're not trying to hide the reproductive process at all. They're actually elevating it. They're letting you know that the halftone is a super important part of the history of the photo illustrated press. This is really unusual that that a photomechanical process would get this much attention. Not unusual with the halftone, but unusual with everything else. The importance of photojournalism within the field, not only of photo history, but of broader disciplines like visual, media, and communication studies, has led to the positioning of the halftone process as the culmination of 4 decades worth of photomechanical printmaking. Considered as such, the quote, halftone revolution sweeps aside preceding ink-based prints as primitive versions of the perfected product. A teleological view of the history of the graphic arts, the notion borrowed by historians from Victor Hugo that ceci tuera cela, or this will kill that, has been one more aggravating factor in photomechanical prints' fall from view. Finally, for today, it is instructive to go back a little further and from the United States to France. In 1925, Georges Potonnier wrote his Histoire de la découverte de la photographie. It was one of the earliest widely read volumes of photography ever published, and served as another key source for Newhall when he was working on the first iteration of his history of photography. Potonnier's concern was to show that Nicéphore Niepce, a Frenchman, this was key, had invented an entirely new art form, a quote, upset, which shook, as he put it, extremely ancient customs and processes. As Potonnier knew, Niepce had also invented photogravure. And here you're seeing one of Niepce's early photogravure plates. This is actually the earliest known photogravure plate in existence held by the V&A. So Niepce had also invented photogravure, of course. He had actually invented it first, making it the first photomechanical and photochemical process. But because photogravure was akin to earlier processes of printmaking, it was decidedly less interesting to Potonnier. He considered it to be quite like the reproductive graphic art forms already in use. Niepce thus became an engraver, he concludes in his discussion of Niepce's photogravure version of Isaac Briot's famous engraving, Le Cardinal d'Amboise, which you see here. In other words, the inventor's successful development and implementation of a photogravure process admitted him into the well-populated ranks of 19th century engravers. His invention of photography, on the other hand, and his creation of photographs made him in the 1820s an artist like no other, and one who had furthermore brought to art to its most refined point, even its apotheosis. This is what Pétonnier wished to prove and to promote in the centenary celebrations of the invention of photography in 1925. Pétonnier therefore set up a divide between photogravure and photography proper. And this formulation has essentially been repeated in every history since. A result of all of this is that early photomechanical prints have been chronically understudied. Photogravure, which I have focused on here, is only one form among many. It must be said in closing that scholars of photo history have completed major cultural and art historical studies of pre-halftone photomechanical printmaking since the 1980s. That is, since the initial period of the field of photo history's formation. Important names I would cite here are Sylvie Aubenas and Malcolm Daniel, and more recently, Jacob Lewis and Laureline Meisel. However, the discoveries and conclusions of these authors on this topic have infrequently attained the status of general disciplinary knowledge. The potential exists. It seems a field increasingly concerned, as ours is, with the dissemination of photographic images and materiality must eventually embrace photomechanical prints as part of the story. But when this type of object does become the subject of more sustained analysis, will discussions continue to concentrate on technique and be structured around ideas of technical progress, or will there be room for the prints themselves, for the printmakers, publishers, audiences, and aesthetics? Thank you. I will stop there.
Thank you, Kate. And a healthy reminder to be skeptical of the histories that we inherit. And so we have time for just maybe any points of just clarification, and then we'll save general discussion for the end. I see those are clapping hands. Okay. Does anybody have a question, point of clarification? I see Brian Hatton may have a question.
Okay. Again, I've tried to type this into the chat, but it just doesn't appear. So I've got to ask it by gesture. It's very simple. Has anybody produced a general history of reprography as distinct from photography? Clearly what Katie has just been describing is a kind of hybrid of the two, but the phenomenon, the idea of reprography, seems to demand a kind of general overview.
Right. Yeah, I would agree with you. I don't think that there really is such a thing. I think the closest that you get are compendiums of techniques. So kind of lists of different photomechanical techniques and their explanations, and the ways and the times they were used. So Joseph Maria Eder, for instance, even though he's of course not only interested in photomechanical technologies, but something like that is super important and has been used a lot. And there are a couple of other close examples like that, but a kind of narrative about it, uses in cultural contexts and so on, I have never seen.
Okay, thank you. Friedrich?
Mute myself. Well, I wouldn't know about that. I wouldn't know such a history either. I think it has much to do with that the whole history of reproductive printing is just so absolutely rich in technologies. You have like literally hundreds of different processes being used and I think or being developed between 1860 and 1900 before they all mainly succumbed to something like halftone printing. But what I just wanted to ask basically, or to wonder about, is that what I found interesting about the reproductions, about the images you showed from Balthus was that the last prints you showed, while the first prints were really had this pitch black on rather white paper, in the end he seems to go rather into some kind of brownish things and whatever. And I was wondering, what he basically does in my eyes, or what I saw there, was that he was reverting his own process in the ink he used to the aesthetics of the old album prints, while at the same time, while the black and white printing would start to be the medium of mass reproduction being used in the early illustrated papers and so on. Because one of the funny things is that black and white photography only came into being, so to say, at around 1890 or 1890 or 1900, because before it was always those brownish things. And I was just wondering whether you had any idea whether this kind of shifting from those very, very black inks to those rather brownish inks used towards the end, whether this is actually one of those turning points where photography really tries to become, how to say, less reprographic and more photographic in the sense of somebody like, say, Newhall.
Right, that's a really interesting question. I think that the prints definitely become more naturalistic as time goes on. He seems a little bit less concerned in the last volume with the extreme kind of retouching, like really extreme retouching that you see in some of the earlier volumes. But in terms of, and the question of tone is really interesting. I think one of the things that appealed to him about the photogravure process was that it was so consistent. Not only did the prints not fade, of course, but there was also just an incredible consistency of production that you could, a consistency of final effect that you could achieve, that you couldn't achieve with silver-based photography. And Balduce was a consummate professional, right? He wanted everything to look super slick and the same. However, the difference between the blacker tones and the brown tones, I think, is really just a problem of reproduction with the digital imagery. And on my own screen, I think that in reality, the prints are actually all quite black and white. You don't really see that shift to brown. I think that's just a problem of the tonality.
Because I noticed that at other places as well, if you go into illustrated magazines around 1900, you would find that they would revert to brownish inks.
Yes,
yeah?
That is true. Yeah,
and those brownish inks are rather going back to the brownish tones of albumen prints.
Right.
And because because there is no, why would they use brownish tints? Why would they use brownish inks? And so it's rather going into this kind of pseudo, or going back to this kind of originality and direct print from the negative and stuff like that.
Yeah, anyway, I think that's true. Yeah, I think you see it in the work of the early pictorialist photographers that they're they're mimicking that. Yeah, no, that's true. That's a really interesting point.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Frederick. Thanks, Katie. Please join me in thanking Katie Adelman Frankel for this really generative paper, and we'll have time for questions later as well. And now we have our final speaker for this panel, and it is a great pleasure to welcome Nadezhda Stanilevich. Is a photo historian who currently works at the Peter the Great Museum of Anthropology and Ethnography, the Kunstkamera. Her PhD thesis was dedicated to the study of Sergei Prukitkin-Gorsky and his contribution to the development of color photography. Her academic interests are art history of photographic techniques and museum collections. She also has a fantastic chapter on the photographs of the Alhambra at the Russian Academy of Fine Arts Museum, where a section on photography was authorized in 1947, and that appears in a book titled The Power of Symbols, edited by Francine Gies and Ariane Varela Braga. Her paper today is titled Timeline Correction, Economic and Creative Aspects of the Revival of Photographic Printing Processes. Welcome, Nadezhda.
Okay, thank you. I want to close the window, just a second. Okay, here it is, a big chance for me to explain what about my everyday research with photography collection. And here it is my presentation. Okay. I hope everything okay?
Yes.
So today's paper is the chance to show my written work with the different photography collection. Sometimes there are the search of historical details, dating of photographed, and of course the identification of photography process at the different photography. A photography was developed for fixing the time, but we knew the situation when the time on photography will be changed. Process identification is the first step in understanding and informing the preservation, access, and the use of the photography collection. In the view of the Image Permanence Institute, process identification consists of various activities like the studying of photography component materials, its structure, aesthetics, and historical culture uses. Each photograph process has a unique fingerprint, which consists of the image color, tone, the surface characteristics like shine and texture, the image structure, and light structure. At the websites graphicatlas.org by the Image Permanence Institute, all of us can search the information about the photography's details, its structure through the different types of the light, direct or raking, ultraviolet at the spatial situation, image grain with the using, for example, pocket microscope. One of the primary information for identification is the object view. Sometimes we lost the information about the time of a photo shooting, we have no information about the photographer or so on. Identification of photographic processes help us to understanding the significance of our image as an art or documentary. Image formation and image material combine into the image color. Monochrome photos from the 19th century come in various shades of brown or orange, for example. Based on common use time of each photographic processes, we can recognize about the photographic time. Some of the tables and schemas of the layer structure contains on this illustrated guide. The first paper-based photography, the salted paper processes, was developed by Fox Talbot around 1835. Salted paper is a printing out processes based on the light sensitivity of the silver chloride, which is hand applied directly onto a paper support. It may to say that these photos had one layer structure. The texture of the paper fibers is visible with the naked eye. One of the type of the two-layer structure is the albumen print that based on the light sensitivity of the silver chloride, which is suspended into albumen binder on the tan paper support. This process was introduced in 1850s by Louis Désiré Blanquer-Vreur as an improvement to the salted paper. We look on raking like the fibers with the naked eye and more so under magnification. But the photographers and their customers wanted more colors and realistic images without paper fibers. It's possible with the introduce of barita paper with the special layer that wide and hard structure. For this time, all new types of the processes have three layers: paper as support, barita layer, and the layer with the silver suspended into collodion or gelatin. Each of these technologies required extra time for the habit of photographers and photo studios that depend on loyalty of their customers. As you can see on this timeline of common use of processes sometimes crossed like this. The time for the habit blurred of the time boundaries in the determining the period of the use of a particular technology. At the same time, photographers, printers, or sometimes collectors often resort to the use of already obsolete technology processes. Their motives can be different, and the most frequent we call the desire to correspond to their aesthetic movement or satisfy the needs of the customer. The inaccessibility of the modern technological devices and materials is the regional stories, for example, and the creation of fakes and crafted to deceive. At the first example, you can see this portrait, the Russian painter Nikolai Samokhish. I researched these photographs like 8 years ago, and the first time I saw this is the one layer structure print, but as I know the date of the birth and the date of the Samokhish, it's not possible the simple salted paper print. Later, then I tried to research the theme of the one layer structure printing like a platinotype or cardboard printing. I understanding that the photographer at this situation used some art printing processes. For example, it may be like carbon. The later examples in my situation, when I saw something like a one structure printing at the Russian collection at the marriage portrait of the traveler Pyotr Kozlov with his second wife Elizabeth. They have a marriage photo session and photo studio both on an Angler in St. Petersburg in 1920, and the photographer used the platinotype or platinum prints in this sentence, and we can see the art processes in the simple photograph museum collection. And sometimes the curator in Russian had a mistake to choose the salted paper when they see the one layer structure paper. So salted paper or one layer paper was a popular form of photography, even though it was used for a relatively short period between 1830s and 1855. Though there was a brief of interest in salted paper processes under the influence of pictorialism, and one layer structure print like platinotype or cardboard print were completely out of commercial production by the end of the 1920s. The second example is the reason of use old processes as the inaccessibility of the modern technological devices and materials. Photographic lenses, negative plates, and photographic paper were being in short supplies in the Russian Empire because of disruption of the photographic materials supplies from the Germany and Great Britain with the outbreak of the First World War. The Russian photographers were forced to use old stocks and to come up with the methods of recreated materials at the beginning of the First World War and like 1920s, when the Soviet corporation started to produce Soviet materials and for different eyes. And commercial announcement and ads I found in photography periodical the announcement about the searching the old materials because the photographers have a problem with the Russian stocks in Moscow and St. Petersburg. In 1980s, Vyacheslav Sreznevsky published Handmade Bromide Emulsion and Plate book, and it is the mark for us that they tried to make something and photo shooting with old recepts and old technologies. The third example, the situation when the photographers or dealers or printers made a fake. The the situation described in the different photo books is the Michel Matisse purchased supposedly vintage print by Louis Hine from the Walter Rosenblum through actions. Matisse announced doubts about the authenticity of the Hines worked in the 1999. Experts analyzed the fiber paper, examined the paper trademark, and looked for the optical brightness agents. The aqua paper with these types of the optical agents and the logo at the front page of these photographs didn't come into use until the 1950s, some 20 years after the print were purported to have been made. The investigation found that the Rosenblum printed Hines photos from the negatives after the Hines died. The Rosenblum explained that his vintage were the interpretation. It's not the fake, but the dealers knew about the situation that sometimes the photographers had used the old paper, or sometimes they didn't understand that they use contemporary paper, and later the analysis showed us that it is the fake. These described cases lead to the blurring of the time borders and sometimes significant jump in the timeline when undefined the moment of the making negatives or the printing photos. What is the reason about this talking so long about the photography process or so on? For example, in the Russian traditional. Unfortunately, today we have the educational program on the government area about the history of photography. Every time in Russian situation, it's our own time educational based on English, on French literature, and unfortunately, we have the database like the Image Permanent Institute presented on the official dates or masterclass in English, and sometimes my colleagues didn't have a chance to read or speak on English, and then we have a lacuna with the understanding of the different photomechanical process, photographical process, the time of the common uses, and the situation when the photographers use the old techniques, and especially the region examples that are explained in Russian at the beginning of the First World War. Well, maybe all photographers except the military photographers used the old techniques, albumin prints and so on, when they try to photoshoot in Russia at the period between 1914 or 1917. So the dates not fixing on photography exactly, but that it is very needless for us to understanding the volume on like a art print or especially when we saw for the photography as a document. So I think this is it, like my presentation, and it will be a very big attention for me to being here today.
Thank you, Nadezhda. Sorry, I had a little bit of a technical glitch there. So there's a lot in there, and again, we'll have time for a couple of questions before we go to the panel. I just want to underline a few of the contributions that this paper makes that struck me. One is the contribution to a badly needed history of conservation, photographic conservation, as a study of itself. And also this paper has implications for for history of photography that very often takes the date of production as commensurate with assumptions about how the photographs are used, even though we know that these periods of daguerreotype use, salt paper, don't necessarily conform to how people are actually using them. So that's a real contribution. And then the history there in the last section to contribution to the history of recycling in relation to photography, which also has a lot of held special interest for me. So I am going to open it up to if anyone has any, any points of clarification or information for Nadezhda, and then we'll go to the general discussion.
There is one question at the chat. It's,
is there? Okay,
it's in Russian, so I will translate it to you.
Oh, all right,
so this is the question by Vasilisa Zukova, who's asking if Nadezhda could recommend some research on the attribution of analog vintage prints, such as prints on glass or on film. How do you how do you attribute the time when the image was made if the negative is on glass, for example?
Do you want to take that question?
Можно я тогда отвечу, я отвечу туда по-русски, вопрос был задан по-русски. Sorry, I'm answering in Russian because I saw this, maybe Vasilisa didn't know correct translation of my presentation. Василиса, я хотела бы отметить, что, например, на этом же сайте Института по исследованию изображений, у них точно так же есть база по негативным материалам, потому что вы спрашиваете на самом деле, судя по всему, об оригинальных материалах, то есть о негативах на стекле и на пленке. У них точно так же есть атрибуционные признаки по этим материалам, и в этом смысле исследователи не разделяют негативы или фотографии. В принципе, мы точно так же пользуемся такими же таблицами по любому типу материалов, будь они первичные или вторичные. I hope that I'm answering to this question. And it's, of course, as Jennifer said, it's a special discipline, and unfortunately in Russia we have no special sources. We must read old books and of the 19th century, or translate the information into English or French.
Thank you for that. I mean, I think that it's a general need and the gap in a lot of the scholarship, the roots of supply and materials as well. And so anyone else have if I don't see any other points of clarification in the chat. If not, we can move to, oh, I see Brian Hatton has a hand. Brian.
Quick question.
I think you unmute.
You just mentioned glass. I just wondered, were the history of magic lantern slides and transparencies in general fits with this history of paper prints? Is there, are there parallels? Are they changing at different rates, and so on? Hello?
No, it's the same situation. The date of the introduce the technology, then some time to the waiting, then photographer use them. So in the special literature, at this chapter about the negative, the print, or another technique like the transparency or so on. So it's the same situation, but they easily to show the prints, not negatives. And unfortunately, I have no chance to show you the negative collections from the Russian collections.
Okay, great, thank you. Not seeing, oh, is there another question in the chat? If not, we can move to the general.
No. It's
maybe Dash.
No, that's just Vasilisa saying thanks for Nadezhda answering your question.
Okay, great. All right, so we can move to the general discussion now for the next half hour we have. Is that right? And you know, questions for the individual speakers or for the group as a whole. And what we might do, you know, 10 or 15 minutes into it, maybe just to take several questions from the audience, and then the speakers can start off with questions for individuals or for the panel, but then towards the end, maybe if there are several people who want to ask questions, we can just put them all together and then let the panelists decide which one they like to take, so that we get all the audience, as many audience questions as we can. And feel free to use the chat as your space as well. While you're thinking about that, while we're thinking about that, I guess I have a question for Katie, and it has to do with the historiography of photography, and you know, something I think has been noted, and you know, is the way that the art history and the art museum narratives about photography became really enshrined and came to define photography, certainly within part of the discipline of photographic history. So I was wondering if you might say a little bit more about that. You know, are there examples of scholars working on photogravure in other areas of photographic practice, such as botany, other scientific disciplines, and to what extent are those, you know, do you have an idea why those, if there was other work, which I don't know, but if there was, I mean, to what, why could you say a little bit more about why that was a blind spot, or why it wasn't taken on board?
Yeah, sure. I'm not actually aware of any studies in any other fields that have focused specifically on photogravure or another photomechanical process. They've really just been looked at very little across disciplines, which is interesting. And it was really interesting to try to uncover some of the reasons why that might be. But one thing that I think it's fair to say is that I think in other disciplines outside of the history of photography, precisely because of the reason that you mentioned, the development of photography within the discipline of art history, is that you see a much greater conflation between photography and photomechanical processes. Within other disciplines, there doesn't seem to be so much interest in or need to distinguish between all of these different processes. And the reason for that could be because of a lack of familiarity with technologies of photography. But it could also just be a kind of more, I don't know, kind of more open or generous view of what photography is. And because of some of the reasons that I outlined, I think there's just been such a focus on photochemical techniques within the history of photography that these photomechanical techniques have been sidelined in a way that they haven't in other disciplines.
It's really interesting. Okay, questions? Friedrich.
Yes, unmute myself. Thank you. And for TV, what I've been thinking about during this panel is that what I find so funny about the whole of history of photography and theory of photography, so to say, is that the moment of exposure is basically kind of privileged, the privileged moment of what is in the focus of most research in a way, because all those other moments, the moments when the exposure finally gets into the image that we see, or when the image gets distributed to other people by way of printing, or by way of copying, or by way of whatever or by way of distributing it through newspapers or through the mail or through whatever. All those moments basically, and then get looked at. It's basically something that is not very much a subject of photo historical research at all. It's always about the moment the photograph apparently kind of came into being, as if there was a single moment of the exposure. And what I liked about the 3 lectures today is that from this different perspective, this idea was challenged by the way that that they all pointed from, as I said, different perspectives to that the photograph comes into being at very and again and changes and shifts and goes elsewhere, and at very different moments. And I think this kind of the temporality and the chameleon-like changeability of the photographic image is something that is, I think, as under-researched as, say, the photogravure and all the other photomechanical images. So it's not really a question. It's rather some kind of musing about what I learned or what became more aware to me during listening to today's lecture.
Would any of the panelists like to respond to Friedrich's reflection?
I could just say that I think that some of the most interesting work that, first of all, I think that's really a really interesting point and a really good point. And I think that some of the most interesting work in photo history that's being done right now in scholarship is precisely on that. You know, how are photographs disseminated? How are they published? How does the image change? And especially now with all of the online digital image sharing networks, and what this means about the disseminate, what this means for the dissemination of photographs. It's like there's been this incredible shift, and it's just happening at a far vaster scale than it ever has before. But hopefully, some more attention on that will lead to increased attention on what happened previously with all of the different channels through which photographs have always moved. Yeah, I think there is some really interesting work happening in that area, but I guess often in the area, particularly of the photo press, and maybe not as much in other areas of the history of photography.
Mm-hmm. If I could just jump in too, maybe to say that even with the histories of dissemination, a real need for histories of viewership, and reception, because even if they're out there, what do we know about what people did with them and how they respond to them, which may require new methodology or different kinds of methodologies that also look at texts, meaning making. Other panelists want to take that up while we're teeing up some questions.
Well, if I may, okay.
No, okay. I see a hand from Olga.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, hello, and yeah, thank you for your papers, inspired papers. Yeah, my question is, it might be close to Jennifer's questions, and it might be to all speakers, as all of you talked about the materiality of images and the importance to consider this the materiality of images for understanding the history of photography, but primarily I thought about it when I listened to Kata's paper. So that maybe if we talk about this importance of this subject, how we can maybe, I don't know, improve the history narratives about photographs if we consider the material, that the 19th century photographs were reproduced by photomechanical processes, not primarily, but it was important. Well, how maybe the history of 19th century photographs could look like, not like at this time, but maybe it is not a chronological approach. It might be some kind of another approach, what kind of perspectives it could give. And it is well relevant for Nadezhda papers as well. So how we can, I don't know, maybe rewrite some chapters. Sorry, it's a bit naive question, but I hope that it's clear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, would any of the panelists like to take that? The question about the intervention into history of photography that the papers point to. And I want to bring in Elena as well, Vivic, because I think your paper also speaks to this.
Olga, I think that it's not about the using the timelines. It's the base. Because if we use something only aesthetic, we also made a mistake. It's the situation to knowledge about these efforts, the knowledge about the details, something like maybe rewriting the tables of the timelines, like this Image Permanence Institute websites. They have a special marks. And what processes your effort? What the processes like? For example, salted paper print, or one layer print slicer carbon, or the platinotype. And I think this, we need a time that our community started to be the biggest, and all of us must be one based for the talking about the history of photography, based on these timelines, technology process, and after then something like aesthetic.
Okay, great. Thank you. Other questions?
Брайана включите, пожалуйста. Brian has a question.
Brian?
Last point. My own knowledge of the history of photography is entirely art historical, really. It would be interesting to have two timeline chronicles, let's say, of photography. One of the artistic peaks, let's say, and the other of the technical, commercial, social planes from which those artistic peaks rise. And what is the changing ratio of high artistic peaks and in relation to the general production and consumption of and propagation of photography?
I think you have some attempt at that, right? I mean, I feel like histories of photography are just get bigger and bigger as we learn about more and more materials and we gain more and more knowledge. I mean, I feel like it was easier toward the beginning of the 20th century to write a kind of relatively slim volume like Newhall's, because there were just still so many photographs at the time that were buried in archives that we didn't know anything about. This is a real archaeological process. And then over time, more and more materials become exposed, and suddenly historians are faced with this incredible glut of information that you need to analyze and create a narrative from, and it becomes harder and harder, and the histories get bigger and bigger. And I think if you look at a history like Friso's New History of Photography from I think the mid 90s. I mean, there's a real effort there to include like everything, with all of these experts in different areas contributing a chapter. And I think there's real value in that. There's a lot of information there, but it also, at the end of the day, I think also just serves to remind the reader that there is also a lot more out there that is not being addressed. And maybe at this point, it's just impossible to have a definitive, well, I think it is impossible to have a definitive history of photography. But then, yeah, that leads to all kinds of questions about, you know, what the field is, what the central fields of the question, what the central questions of the field are, what the central materials of the field are.
Yeah, these are good points. And even in the 19th century, the problems, you know, working on legal cases, seeing that, you know, it was a problem even at the time, that an issue at the time, that some people had expertise on certain earlier images that were still being talked about. So people are very much talking about daguerreotypes in the 1870s and 80s because they're resurfacing as part of, you know, earlier court cases. So these timelines are very crude, but maybe helpful as well. And the question of who, yes, the field. Other questions or points, especially for Elena, on the digital photography and the markers of age. I don't know, Elena, if you have...
I can comment the previous comment of Friedrich, that he said that the process of degradation of JPEG is the same as when we make a photo or the photo. Am I right? You mean okay. I think that there is a small that there are more differences that we can imagine, because this is the effect is not only that the quality, there are some losses of quality, of loss of information. The main point is that there is a big semantical system in which the image is included while it loses this quality. So and this system includes a person and some technical devices which have their own semantical conditions. And the main interest is that these degradations happens by these specialities of technical, the whole technical process. I don't know if I can explain it right, but when you make a photo or the photo, you can make it for yourself, and you can have any explanation of this. You can just make it for fun, and there might be no other person involved in this. There might be even no digital device. You can use analog photo camera. Well, so I think that it is not that important that degradation happens. It is important how it happens, and I try to speculate about this in my report.
I'm absolutely with you there, and I liked it a lot. If I just may jump in, Jennifer, you just stop me when I should just keep my trap shut.
Go ahead, and then we have a question after you.
Okay. Then it just briefly, what I found so intriguing also about your answer to my short question after your lecture was that I thought the image needs to be used to degrade. and it needs to not to be used just by looking at it, even though this it needs to be copied. It needs to be reproduced, so to say, and that is something which I the simple looking at it apparently does not degrade the digital image. What degrades it is when I want to make somebody else see it, and that's something which I some years ago I came across a stack of pornographic photographs here from Eastern Germany, and what follows me since then is that most of those photographs were photographs after photographs after photographs after photographs. And they were all quite noisy, and they were all blurry, and they had all kind of, how to say, noise in them. And what I found so interesting there was, it seemed to me that this kind of random noise that entered those images is something through reproduction, by the way of reproduction, is something that apparently has a certain similarity to what happens to those JPEGs when they are copied, when they are compressed, sent around, opened, reproduced again, and compressed again. And so this kind of reproduction cascade, so to say, in both cases has a similar effect, that those images become noisy. And that is just that was just the observation where I thought that there's a difference between looking at the image and further distributing it. And further distributing makes the noise. Looking at it also may damage the image, but on a completely other level. That was just the clear differentiation I was interested in.
This is interesting.
Okay, great. So we have a question, I think, for Katie from Surya Nandini Narain, and you can unmute yourself.
Okay. Hi, thank you for your papers from this panel. They were really rich. I have a question about the notion of value and how it's really attached to the visual media that all of you actually spoke about. So for instance, how does the photogravure get positioned in a scale of value at the time of its production, and then how is it valued now, monetarily, in the circuits of exchange, in the circuits of display? Equally so about the digital image, you know, how is value attached to it, especially in the times of reproducibility? You know, does that kind of question arise at all?
I can start. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Elena.
You mean how people attribute some value to it? You mean some ethical considerations or something? You mean when they attribute to it some that importance, or and you ask how it happens, right? I understood you.
Monetary or cultural value, is that you can, yeah.
Yes, sorry, I was muted. Monetary or cultural value, yes.
Well, I think that it happens by some other laws which are more connected with social, cultural background, and it's not really connected with with technical processes. There are some researchers who think that the technical processes determine how people attribute value to those pictures, but I don't really think we can talk about this, because those technical parameters there are more practical oriented, and I think this point of view can exist, but I don't really associate well, I'm not sure it is right in this case.
Katie, did you want, or
sure,
respond?
Yeah, I can speak to the photogravure. Speak about that in the case of photogravure. I mean, one of the things that's so interesting to me about it is how valuable they were in the 19th century and how little value they are accorded in the 21st century and how little in the 20th century as well. In that case, there is an economic difference too between photomechanical and photochemical prints. One of the reasons why photomechanical prints were so important is because they were cheaper to produce. They could be allied with printing publishing processes that were already in place. So the idea was to, create a technology that could just be adapted to these industrial processes that already existed and to create an industrial photographic product. Of course, they really weren't industrial in the beginning phase. It took a really long time for it to get there. It was really a craft product for decades, which is something that it's not really seen that way, but it should be. And there was a ton of cultural value attached to it. I mean, if you look at France in particular, I mean, the way that critics went on about these processes, and this was really seen as the future of photography. There are some really incredible quotes from people like Lacan saying things like, photography has finally achieved its perfected form now that we have the photogravure or the photolithograph or whatever it is, like really telling statements about it. And then, yeah, one of the reasons why the topic is so interesting to me is because later on, this is completely lost. And I think you see that with all photomechanical prints, but I think it's really striking with the facsimiles of engravings, because that's something that researchers today have like so little interest in. I mean, there's really not very much interest in art reproductions in general in any form, but especially with these photogravure facsimiles. But it's the degree to which they reproduce the original is really extraordinary. I mean, and there was a real concern about counterfeit because it's pretty much the exact same materially as the object that it is reproducing. So that's something that was like a really striking achievement, that you could create these kinds of facsimiles at the time, which of course no one is creating now either. So it's also a kind of product that it just they're no longer being produced, they no longer exist. But you can find them very cheap on eBay. There's not a lot of interest.
Okay, we have a question in the chat, and I'm just going up there. Does the degradation facilitate interventions that may complicate or alter the initial image and endanger image value as a testimony? Rui, do you want to try the sound? I know you said the sound wasn't great, but we can, if you want to try it, we can, if you want to try to unmute. Otherwise, I think that's a question for Elena.
Mm-hmm. One of the ideas was that for digital images, we can't really tell if when they are not degrading, we can't really tell, is it a copy or is it an original? It is hard to tell, and I personally think that we don't have enough methods or informations, or we can't argue that those are copies or the same image. The only thing that can prove that this is the original is the name of the file. For example, we name it 1234, and we consider that this is the original image. And when we copy it and tell 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, we think this is the copy. But this is not so clear still. Are they copies or not? Because they appear to the screen every moment as something new, because it doesn't has any realistic material substrate that persists for time. It is just like light waves, and we can't really tell that are there originals or are they copies. But when they degrade those images, they became something that can be identified as something by another, which has another identity, because it has now some history of using and reusing, and this process like is constructing the originality of this photograph. So when we have a lot of copies, a lot of copied files, we can't tell are they copies or are they original. But when we re-upload this picture and it has now artifacts or some changes in code, we can say that this is the one picture, and the less are we can't say anything about it. Well, it was about the part or the question which is connected, where it says is it facilitating interactions that may complicate or alter the initial image? Well, the answer is that we really can't tell where is the initial image if it is not degrading, or something else happens with it, which constructs its initiality. I don't know. And what do you mean by endanger image value as a testimony? Do you mean that someone would consider that the degraded image is less not so good, or what do you mean by it? I just don't understand.
Wait, this might come to us through the chat, the clarification on that. I think that is, I think your interpretation of it is what is meant. That's if you want to type in the chat.
Даша, а ты Руи не можешь размьютить, чтобы он...
While we wait for that, but I think this what you're pointing to, the way that the in the digital realm, that it's possible to track the use and abuse uses and reuses of photography is something that may propel new questions methodologically and historiographically for earlier histories of photography, where we do have lots of historiography about photographs and photographic prints that maybe never really were activated or never really viewed by very many people, and less on ones that were widely discussed or debated. I think I don't see if we, oh yes, okay. Rui, would you want to unmute and respond to Elena's question or elaborate on it if your sound's working on it?
Well, I just can say, if I understood this question right, that I don't consider that any technical things that construct materiality of digital image or are connected with it, or code or some other things about which I talk, they are somehow connected with the attributed value to the image, because we can attribute a value, value to it as we like any. We can make any suggestion about it. We can, for example, I can see something that reminds me of my parents' home, and I will think that this is a good image. I can do it quite freely, and I don't think that any technical parameter can be crucial here. If I said it correctly.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks. So maybe with that, we're just coming up to the top of the time for our panel discussion, and so not seeing other questions, I think I will just bring our discussion to close and thank each of the panelists for very insightful discussion and presentation, crossing materiality, temporality, historiography, and really exciting new areas of research, and also to the audience for your questions and discussion and in the chat. So please join me in thanking our panelists, and then I turn things over to Frederick and Maria.
Yeah, thank you very much for this beautiful, well, first day, second day of the conference, from whichever perspective you want to look at it. Yeah, well, I can only say what I've already said, that I learned a lot again, and which is rather common during those conferences, or has been common over the conferences in the last year. And I won't take up your time much more, other than thanking the translators in particular also for their diligent work over the past hours. And I would just point out that we will continue the discussion and the lectures tomorrow, starting at 11 o'clock Moscow time, which is what depends on whatever time zone you are in then, with a panel on photography, the self, the body, and their history. And I would also just point out that the recording of today's lecture will be found at the European University's video channel. And I was just wondering, and maybe that's something Maria knows much better than I do, whether we will keep open the breakout rooms for another half hour or something, that if people want to hook up after the end of the official end of the conference, can meet there.
Sure, we can do that. Yes, Mike, we can devise some breakout rooms if, yeah, and just keep them around for another half hour in case anyone wants to chat.
And Andrew Juries asks in the link for us in the chat for links, I think, to the YouTube channel.
I have already posted it, but I'll just post it on the website, on our website. We'll just have it.
Okay.
It will take a couple days though, because not all of the speakers gave their permission to put up their talks in a recording. So it may take up a couple days to cut out the ones that we don't have permissions for, so that it will be on the website.
Okay, so whoever wants to go to a breakout room can continue using the chat and continue to hook up and make an appointment somewhere. And as for everybody else, I'm just thanking you for being there, for talking with each other, and for making this a really great day for me, at least.
Thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow at 11.
Thank you, and I'm applauding all of you, and I'm very grateful.
Thank you.